Welcome, 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 everybody. I always love to be in gallery view when I welcome you all because I am going to invite you to please switch on your cameras. We have 41 people on the call, eagerly waiting to be present this morning in the AMARI ASM 2021. My name is Dr. Pulet Makwadibe. I'm with my colleague Joe from the Alchemy Inspiration, and I'm calling in from South Africa, and Joe is calling in from Finland, and both of us also come from different countries. So Joe is from the Czech Republic, I come from Lesotho. A truly global conference that we have right here with over 10 countries represented, and yesterday we got the opportunity to look at the map and see what is the representation, and we've got so many countries represented in this place. So I want to say in acknowledgement for that, Dumelang, Sanibonani, Bonjour, Mangwanani for those from Zimbabwe, and for those from Ethiopia, Amasika Nalo for coming here. Thank you very much for showing up this morning and also showing up with cameras for those who have their cameras on. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you switch to gallery view, you really get to see everybody, and it is a beautiful thing. Now, I invite you all to, let's just breathe into this space and take our seat into this beautiful space. So I'm going to ask you to take deep 4 breaths for me. So 4 seconds, take a deep breath in and then keep it in and then out through your mouth for 4 seconds. We're going to do that 4 times. So let's start. First breath in through your nose for 4 seconds, keep it in for 4 seconds, and then 4 seconds out through your mouth. Let's start. And keep it in and out through your mouth. Now with the second one, I want you to be more intentional. Feel your lungs expand and take in all the oxygen, all the energy, all the good vibes. And then as you breathe out, be intentional, breathe out the fear, the anxiety, the pain. We all know that we're going through this very tough period of COVID, and it's really rough in the environment. Many of us are waking up to messages, SMSs, WhatsApp text messages of a death, a sickness, or you woke up positive this morning, who knows? There's so many things that are happening, many fearful things in the atmosphere. So I'm going to invite you to take in the good energy, because you can choose to do that at this mental health, mental wellness gathering that we're at. So I'm going to invite you to take in the good vibes and be intentional about taking out everything that you can put aside for 4 hours to fully be present. So let's do that. Second breath. And your lungs are expanding with goodness. Keep the goodness in. Now take out all the anxiety. Fantastic. Third breath. And out through your nose, through your mouth. Last one. Now this time I'm going to ask you to be quite dramatic. Yeah? You know when you breathe dramatically, yeah? And you're like, and then I'm here. Yeah? I want you to do that. Let's try it out. Now let's go. Good vibes are in. Now out all the bad energy. All gone, and sink into your sit and enjoy being at AMARI today. 4 hours, fully interactive. Enjoy engaging with one another. But before we do anything, we are going to invite Dr. Rosemary Mususengwa into the stage to officially welcome us into this place. Over to you, Rose.
Good morning and welcome to the second day of our ASM 2021. On behalf of the director, I welcome you all and hope you enjoy the day today. So to start us off, I just wanted to talk about the thinking behind the program. So this program this year was completely fellows led. It was led by the fellows. So we asked the fellows to celebrate them. What would be the best way for them to showcase what they've been doing for these past couple of years? And they came up with a program. All we did was to give them the themes and say, oh, what do you think? Do you think these themes would be good for the ASM? They said yes. And they sat down and developed this whole program for the ASM 2021. So all Dixon and Melanie did was to just supervise, but the fellows were the ones who were actually responsible for this. And the organizing committee representing the fellows, we had Clement Nunji from Zimbabwe, we had Michael Udedi from Malawi, we had Fenty from Ethiopia, and Fadia from South Africa. So we were led by these fellows, organizing the sessions, organizing the chairs, choosing things. They were all responsible for this putting this program together. And we would like to thank you for this because we wanted to celebrate the fellows and they were very active and they participated. And also, I would like to welcome to the stage the fellows president, Seble, from Ethiopia, to give us a few words about their journey in AMARI and what they're looking forward to in AMARI too. Seble, welcome, Madam President.
Thank you, Rose. Good morning, everyone. Hope you all have some energy left for today after last night's virtual party. I am Seble Shwangzao from Ethiopia. I'm the president of AMARI Fellows, representing many people, more than my finger could count. And my office's main operation is to maintain a very peaceful and smooth relationship between AMARI board and fellows. So what I'm trying to say is it's a pretty big job. We would like to hear, thank you. We would like to say thank you that you're here to hear our voices. And what a theme we have this year, celebrating the next generation of mental health researchers in Africa. It's really a heartwarming theme for us, and we are very excited, honored, and inspired to live up to the name of the next generation of mental health researchers. And we are very grateful for every opportunity that AMARI keeps continue in offering us, and we really understand that it took a village into making us. It's our pleasure to contribute what we can for mental health care and treatment improvement. And the fellowship allow us to generate African-based data and to be able to draw further research ideas, interventions, and different instruments that are culturally appropriate for our settings. And we, the fellows, we'd like to thank our supervisors, country leads, and the whole AMARI team. And we thank you for your unreserved supports always. And to all my fellows, as your president, I know I remember promising you many more network opportunities and better snacks in every meeting. And I'm so sorry I did not see COVID-19 coming, which restricted all of our travels and gatherings in person. though technology has been very good to us in offering us connections, but we both know deep down in our hearts that it's never the same. And we hope that we would be able to do that soon. So even though our work has been delayed due to COVID-19, seeing all the fellows' progress and how far you have come, it really makes me a very proud president. And some fellows already are wearing the PhD crown and doing big things out there. And thank you. I would like to say thank you for making me look good. And finally, we are very happy and excited that AMARI2 is happening. Of course, it was always meant to be happening. For sure, it's going to be helping us in building our future careers also. And we, all the fellows, are here promising to keep building research teams in Africa to solve our own problems and also in building the coming next generation of mental health researchers together. And it's very nice to see you all here together. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you very much for having us. Thank you. Off to you, Rose.
Round of applause for the AMARI student president. Thank you so much, Seble, for that well-prepared speech. And thank you to the fellows for all your support for Seble. I would like to introduce my co-chair, Sarah, if she can come up stage. So Sarah is the AMARI program coordinator at King's College, and we'll be co-chairing this session together. Sarah.
Thanks so much, Rose, and good morning, everyone. And we're all looking forward to another successful day of the AMARI ASM. And we're all really also looking forward to just diving straight in because we have some very exciting talks planned for today. And something that we wanted to start out with after having brilliant discussions very much centered on research and academia yesterday is we also wanted to talk about the versatility of careers that are available to you. And we wanted to show you that your time in AMARI is only the beginning of what is potentially a really, really exciting possibility of pathways to come, and not only focus on academia. This is why we're very excited to introduce Dr. Francesca Cesari, who is the Chief Biological Sciences Editor at Nature and Nature Research in London, where her role is having responsibility over overseeing editorial content and management of biological sciences. And her presentation will help open up another area that maybe some of us haven't been privileged enough to see, which is all the background that takes place in the publication world, how our research gets disseminated, and how it starts from, a pilot study at the beginnings and eventually gets to the point where you can share it with the world. So I'm very honored to be able to introduce our keynote speaker for today, Dr. Francesca Cesari.
So we have a pre-recorded presentation. If you can play that, Joe, and then we'll take questions at the end. Thank you.
Yes, perfect. Let me just give me a moment, and we're almost ready here. There we go. So Dr. Francesca Cesari.
It is a great pleasure to be able to give you a brief overview of what happens behind the scenes at Nature. My name is Francesca Cesari and I'm the Chief Biological Science Editor at Nature. As a background. I studied in Rome at the University of La Sapienza, and I did my master there in biological sciences, and then I moved to Tübingen to do a PhD and a first postdoc before I moved back to the UK. In Cambridge, where I did a second postdoc. And I'm mentioning this not because of the various things that I've done, but because after so many years in research, I saw an advert in Nature, and I had never known anybody being an editor or what exactly the editorial career would mean and look like. And I decided to give it a chance and to apply. And this way, I started working at Nature as a locum, so as a temporary position, many years ago now, and never came back to the bench, and found the career I really enjoyed. So I would encourage everyone who has an interest in that to pursue this, because it's not out of reach as it seems. So Nature, as you may know, has been around for a long time, since 1869, and it has it's a weekly magazine with a news dedicated section and research sections. It has millions of online visitors per month, and a lot of print issues going around, and publishes research in every area of science, including social sciences and economy and more clinical sciences, and more that is happening more and more every year. What makes Nature and Nature journals, all the portfolio, distinct from other publication is that it's a very highly selective and high impact journal. So manuscript editors are professional editors. They are full-time professional editors with PhDs, and many at Nature with postdocs. There are no editorial boards or external editors or affiliation to societies or funding bodies and institutions. And the editors feel they are independent and unbiased from these other elements in the decisions on manuscripts. So we share among journals of the Nature portfolio general policies, but not submission. Every submission goes to a specific journal, and it's confidential to that particular journal. But we do, if the authors asked us to, interact and transfer manuscripts that might not make it at one journal to the other, in case that is of help. So what happens when you submit a manuscript to Nature? What do editors do? Here it's the description of what often the perception from the authors is. Manuscripts is submitted to Nature, then there's something happening behind the scenes, and a rejection letter coming out. But it's not a conspiracy, and the process is actually quite detailed behind the scenes. So the main editorial duties of editors are to select primary manuscripts that may be potentially interesting for publication in a journal. We also commission reviews articles, we attend scientific conferences, interact with the community, do lab visits, and act as consultant in other areas of research that we deal with, to other sections of Nature, like suggesting news stories or highlights, features of other research. So generally, the core task of a manuscript editor focusing on manuscripts is to assess inquiries, or to read in details manuscripts. They are generally 8 to 12, but during the pandemic they have been like many more than these per week. And we make an initial editorial decision of whether the manuscript should be reviewed or not for the purpose of representation in Nature. We take responsibility for the decisions, write the letters to the author, interact with the author's reviewers, provide input on revisions, the scope, the formatting, and we assess also appeals from authors who might not agree with the decision, or generally correspondence of and phone calls. We read every manuscript in detail from not just the abstracts, and we do all the research to try to assess whether they are appropriate for Nature. So the life cycle of a manuscript is generally the new manuscript is submitted through our electronic system. We discuss within editors with different expertise what to do. We might reject or we might consider for peer review. If we peer review, we align and contact the reviewers that will then assess every aspect of the paper, and this can lead, once we have the reports, to again discussion among editors or with the reviewers, and we invite a revision, and the process continues until acceptances, where then we suggest for news and views, press release, and highlight the process. So in general, we have like 120, 140 manuscripts, research articles, only in the biological sciences section. As I said, during the pandemic, there have been hundreds more per week, and we end up sending out to referees about 20%, 20 to 30% on an average of, some weeks. And then after all this process that I described before, we publish 10, 12 papers per week. So what does an editor look for when you submit your manuscript? We look for conceptual advance, the importance to the broad readership. Nature is a journal that is read from physicists to chemists to mental health researchers or social scientists or core biological scientists. So it has to appeal to a broad readership. We look for important findings in every field, a novel insight, if they settle a debate, or if it is an important technique or a large data set, clinical implications, but they have to be technically convincing. When we select a manuscript for peer review, we normally ask peer reviewers to review every aspect of the paper. We need to be sure that the paper is technically sound and in every aspect. So we might have reviewers with different expertise to assess different aspects of the paper. So reviewers are not numbers. It's not just a reviewer 1, 2, 3, but they have everyone a different way of looking at the paper. So we look for technical expertise and broad knowledge of the field, and of course efficiency and a fair and constructive reviewing process. And from our reviewers, we expect mainly to tell us what the technical quality of the paper is. We appreciate comments on advance as well, though. After review, the reviewers will often disagree, as the editor might have different opinions. We discuss and we decide, editors, on whether we should send out for peer review, for revision, the manuscripts. So it's not a conspiracy. We want to really publish the best papers as much as the authors. So we might decide to reject the paper without inviting a revisor, or to invite a revision, providing a link to resubmit the revised version, or we might ask for a response to the referee's comments and before deciding what to do or accept in principle. So the editorial assessment of every revision is really important. When the manuscripts comes back, we will decide whether the reviewers have been comments have been addressed in full, and we might decide to send it back to the authors if we don't feel that this is the case, or we send it back to the reviewers, and always try to get the same reviewers to assess that. But we don't do only that. We also try to ensure that reproducibility is supported. We ask authors to deposit data, to share the data, to find ways to ensure that anyone who reads their papers could be reproducing them. And we have published a lot of special issues to guide the authors towards what should be done in order to ensure reproducibilities. But also we do our own checks for that. So there are a lot of reproducibility initiatives, as I said, to try and achieve that. Thank you very much for listening, and I'm happy to answer any question.
Thank you very much for that. Thank you so much for that presentation, Francesca. And I would like to invite on stage Sarah and Francesca, and we will be taking questions to Francesca. And whilst we wait for questions, we would like to hear from someone else for just a few minutes to tell us, their journey from a PhD and to being something that is totally different from what is expected when you do a PhD. We all expect everybody to become the next professor. So I would like to invite Puleng to the stage to share with us, a journey that is almost like Francesca's, where they have moved from academia and are doing something totally different. The whole idea of the session is to just showcase to our fellows that, having a PhD does not necessarily mean to push you into academia, but into serving academia from the other side, so to speak. Puleng, so people have been asking me, who is Puleng? And she has a PhD. She's a psychiatrist. How is she running this Alchemy Inspiration? What is it about? How did you get here?
Fantastic. Thank you very much, Rose, for the opportunity. You gave me 3 minutes, I'll use 3 minutes. So summarizing it is going to be interesting. My degree was in computer science and statistics, and I got it all the way back in year 2000. And I used to be a software developer for 7 years, and then I encountered a subject of creativity while I was doing my MBA in 2007. And the subject of creativity really changed my heart and my life and created a whole new trajectory. And at the time, I was working for the University of Cape Town as a senior systems engineer. And this is the thing that I really want to share with everybody that totally changed my life. And I'm going to share a screen because I would like you to see this and understand why I made this trajectory. Can you all see my full screen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So this is a Japanese concept called Ikigai. And for me, this is how it shifted me. So I believe that when I chose my degree in computer science and statistics, it was all about creating a profession for myself to take my family out of poverty. So it was all about what is it that I'm good at and what is it that was at the time marketable and could create a job for me, and meaning something that I could be paid for. And we were new in this whole computing revolution. And so it was very easy at the time to get a job immediately when you graduate as a computer scientist. I had companies lined up for my skills, and that created for me a profession. But a profession is very empty if it doesn't involve what you are passionate about, what you love to do, and also what the world needs. So giving you a sense of you are living out of your purpose, and every day you're leaving your own fingerprint on things that really matter in the world. So this existential question in 2007, while I'm in the MBA, caused me to want to shift from having a profession to being in a place of Ikigai, which is an intersection between what I'm good at, what I love to do, what the world needs, and what the world is willing to pay for. I believe many of us find ourselves in a profession, specifically in academia. So I was, after that, an IT manager at the University of Cape Town, and I worked very closely with academics in the Faculty of Humanities, digitizing humanities at University of Cape Town. And I got to know that academics are mostly sitting in that space of profession, but they also love what they do. And I got to tell myself that if I shift into academia, it will be a wonderful profession, but I also want to make sure that I'm also living my bit to the world, and every day I'm living out of my passion and it's out of my heart. So this is how I shifted to become an entrepreneur that I am. I still do academic work with many business schools across the world. Currently, I'm working with 3 business schools, top business schools here in South Africa, and also other business schools internationally. And I still, talk about creativity, design thinking, innovation within the context of building executives and leaders around the world. But I'm also an entrepreneur who develops events and works very closely with individuals and coach people in making the right career choices for themselves. So this model was very fundamental for me to just shift into a more meaningful existence rather than just gathering accolades for myself. I hope that's helpful.
Thank you, Puleng. I think this helps the fellows to think about their futures and say, just because I have a PhD doesn't necessarily mean I have to go and teach. There are other ways to serve in academia without necessarily going the professor route. Thank you.
Awesome.
And I actually wanted to also start off with a question directed at Francesca, if that's okay, because thank you so much for your talk. It was fascinating and such a privilege to be able to sort of see what happens behind the scenes at a journal like Nature. And then within the same theme of looking ahead to the future and continuity, and perhaps a question that's on the minds of a lot of the people who are present here at this conference, because Nature is such a renowned journal and it's so revered because of the caliber of science it publishes, and as a result, anything published in Nature would do wonderfully for disseminating your research globally, basically. So within that framework, what do you think the role of Nature is in making research perhaps more accessible to those who traditionally wouldn't be able to subscribe to journals because of the costs, or because sometimes research participants themselves, that's not the type of literature that they would immediately seek out to receive their information. So just wanting to know your thoughts on that level of continuity.
So first of all, thank you so much for having me. It's an honor to be here, and it's so interesting to hear everything great that everyone here is doing. So thank you for that. So Nature is a magazine as well as a journal. So it publishes the research content in the physical science, biological sciences, chemistry, and so on, but it also publishes the news side of things. And there is always an element of interaction in trying to think about, as you were saying, how to make accessible for non-expert readers or the general public. So one of the big aims of Nature has always been in the aim, the divulging, and ensuring that science is spread, and the accuracy of science as well. So definitely we feel as a very enlarged team of 100 people working on Nature on different aspects, that everyone contributes to try to participate into dissemination of science, but also in listening to scientists and reflecting what the scientific community and what the needs in the general publics are. And that's why we're always interested in hearing and expanding our views on what is happening in other countries, and what expanding the pool of reviewers. We have some mentorship programs that ask people from many diverse backgrounds to contribute to learn how to become a good reviewer and how to help assess science and divulge science. So it is there are very many elements related to that, but we are passionate about not only publishing the best research, but also ensuring that we cover research that is published elsewhere, and we digest it for for others so that they can learn more freely available content.
Amazing. Yeah, sorry, Rose, I see there's another question. I don't know if you wanted to be the one to read that.
Basiro has got a question.
Yes, I was. Francesca, how do you manage equity and science promotion with the current debate in the scientific gap between income country and income country, and something at the end your idea in Nature paper is completely transformed? What happened? It is true, first of all, Nature, there is always, for an editor point of view, there is always the element that we like so many things, but we can only publish a few of them. But it doesn't mean that those that we don't publish are not great science. It might not just be appropriate to a wide readership. So we have a lot of especially in the past year or two, we have tried to broaden much more and think and focus more on trying to reduce the gap between the high income countries and low income countries by trying to recruit reviewers more and more also from the low income countries, and helping us assess the scientific contribution in a way that is more diverse, by being more diverse in terms of also the contributing of authorships, also by working on policies with funders to block helicopter dumping kind of research where people from high income country go into low income countries and do the research, but they don't credit and don't use the actual people who are very, very good experts and involved in that. So and also from covering that and trying to learn from who knows better. So going to listen to audiences, coming to this kind of meeting, learning from you and trying to reach out and learn who to talk to improve. So it is an issue, and it's something that we are very happy to hear thoughts on how we could do better also in trying to represent better research. There is
but something I just quickly want to follow up, because I think that was said quite beautifully, that there's maybe a human aspect to it that you try and employ by showing up and being present in the spaces that are probably valid for the audience you want to reach. So and
with this, to take the opportunity as a platform that you can contact me. I'd be happy to organize, visits to your institutes, virtual at the moment, and listening generally of what research is happening. I'm sure there will be many editors, not only at Nature, but as part of Nature portfolio at other journals, who would be really keen to visit some of the places where you work. So please do get in touch. You can share my email, and I'm happy to organize and learn more from you.
So there's another question. So you are a full-time editor, right?
Yes.
Okay. There's a question from Walter. It says, how do you work through assessing all articles and still manage other management responsibilities? What's your typical day?
So my particular typical day at the moment, I'm not handling manuscripts as such. So I used to. Well, I started as an editor, and I've been handling. I used to be the stem cell and developmental biology editor at Nature. So there are 19 members of the team. Each editor has a specific field they are working on. So they go to conferences and they read everything, and they assign manuscripts by topic. But then we discuss. So there are, for example, manuscripts that might be dealing with, mental health, but also maybe they have an aspect of, I don't know, genetic, or they have an aspect of social sciences and impact of psychology and other aspects. So all the editors who handle those areas will interact and discuss and ensure that all the different points of view are looked at. And I am often involved in many of those. So when a paper is sent out to review, or reports come in and it's a difficult decision, or if it goes through steps that it's getting to a stage where it's promising, I'm involved, and I kind of oversee and direct also the direction of the section of nature of biological. So what kind of topics are emerging, and try to have the overview, so to connect editors. So it's a lot. It's a lot of work, but as we were hearing very interestingly before, so this ikigai, if I am not wrong in spelling, somehow you stumble on it at times, you know, from us being a scientist and then finding yourself always reading about things that have nothing to do with your research because it's interesting, and then you somehow find your way to do something different. So I like that concept very much. Thank you for sharing.
There's one more question, I think, if we have time. Amazing. Because if I'm honest, I think it's maybe a question that's on all of our minds, and
Yes.
it might be a bit blunt, but it's a question from Joe. So he says, I'm a design engineer and a junior in research. So many of us here at the conference are also early career researchers, or what would be considered junior. Is there any official guidance or training as a pathway towards nature quality standards?
For as a researcher to publish, or as an editor to become an editor?
I suspect as a researcher to publish. So how do you get to
so the ground is always the research, right? So you always have to think about the kind of research you're doing, the kind of results you have, and what is the best fit as a journal for that. So not every outcome leads to the same journal. It doesn't mean that it's not as important. For nature, it has, there is always the element of having to be moving the field further, stimulate research a lot, and being of interest to a broad readership. Sometimes they are very beautiful things, but they are quite specialist in nature, and therefore it's more appropriate for a dedicated journal to the topic. Sometimes it could be a technique that is really interesting, or a data set that is unique because it's discovering something that is, for example, represent different ethnic backgrounds that are not so represented. So there is not one element that fits all. But I would always say, if you read Nature, or if you will see the kind of papers that are published, but at the same time, reach out to the editor. Even if you should never think that there is a barrier between an editor and the scientist, because we are there to hear from you, right? So, and we don't look, if you are, some very established professor or a younger person, we would always try to make time to talk and listen to you and be honest and tell you, maybe, this is in the good direction, or maybe better for another journal. So reach out.
Thank you so much, Francesca. And yes, so this session was just to assist the fellows, to think outside the box. We do have special people, people like Dixon, people like Melanie, people like Rick. So they still do clinical work, research work, admin work, and they seem to be okay, and they seem to be making it. So it's good to talk about alternative careers, and to just inspire the fellows that you can think outside the box, and we are still here to help you and facilitate any different career path that you might want to take. And thank you. Back to you, Puleng.
Thank you so much. What a beautiful, beautiful conversation. Thank you so much. I indulged in that conversation so much. I think I'll be getting in touch with Francesca after this. So expect a number of private messages from many people to show the impact that your talk has made and the conversation has made. Thank you so much. So now next, I would like to give you just an overview of the 3 themes that we're exploring today. So today we are going to still have more fellows with their presentations, and 3 themes that we're going to explore: social determinants of mental health disorders, cultural adaptation of interventions for mental health disorders in Africa, and impacts of mental health in African communities. And we will start on those very shortly. But before we do that, we have some delightful activities for you to have this afternoon. So the activities that we have, we would like you to go into pairs to have conversations with one another. So what kind of conversations are you going to have with one another? Meet somebody else, but this time we want to also instill our science to show that our work is also grounded on science, yeah? And our science draws from the science of creativity and innovation and design thinking. And the first thing that we want to encourage you is the science of creative language. So when you go into breakaway rooms, we encourage you to use a language that opens up, that allows you to explore, rather than a language that closes you. And what is such language? Is when you go in there, don't have debates, but rather have conversations that help you to engage meaningfully, yeah, that help you to explore. So we usually say respond to everything with a yes and, or have conversations that start with how might we, or in what ways might we, or how to. So these are language stems that we use to open up rather than close. Why do we prefer to use language like that? It's because all of us have very different ways of seeing the world. So we have someone in Uganda seeing a W from that perspective, from that stance, because of their physical location. And then we have another one coming from North Africa and seeing a W and seeing an M, looking at the same thing, but seeing different things, right? And we all have seen many of these visuals that you see on the screen, where another person sees a 6 because of their physical standing, another person sees a 9, or even worse off is when somebody sees 4 lines and another person sees 3, just because of their standing. And we have seen this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law and daughter picture, where in the same picture you can see daughter and mother-in-law. And why do we do this? It's because we all have a unique structure of interpretation. So we might all be at the same conference, but even within the context of the same conference, we got to be able to listen to one another, because we interpret things differently. We all interpret things according to our own internal structure of interpretation. So having conversations allows us to see the world from other people's perspective and see how they are interpreting, meaning we diversify our learnings. Then I want to suggest that at the back of your mind here, you have what we call a little button for judgment. The education system was very instrumental in creating that button for you and refining how you use that button. But you have the power to switch it on and off, to allow yourself to be more divergent and open up, and also to converge, make decisions that allow you to move forward. So when you have conversations in those breakaway rooms, we invite you to please switch it off, open up, see the world from another person's perspective. And then we want to tell you that the use of yes, but is burned in this conference. You are not allowed to use yes, but. You can only use a yes, and. Yeah? Don't respond to anything with a yes, but, because we don't want you to close up, but we want you to open up and to explore. And then we also invite you to practice what we call generous listening. What is generous listening? It's to be present with another person with listening. We always say the education system taught us how to read and write, and then they forgot to teach us how to listen. So many of us listen pretentiously, or listen with judgment, or listen without being fully present. And now it's very important to train ourselves and to be present with one another fully immersing ourselves into another person's life and listening generously. And then last but not least, we invite you to write everything down. When you write everything down, we're going to capture all of those insights in the chat, and then we're going to create a community of learners from this conference. So as you listen, make sure that you capture everything. Now, without any further ado, it's time for us to go into pairs. How are we going to do this? Joe is going to very shortly open breakaway rooms with pairs. You're going to suddenly find yourself with one other person in the world, and that one person, you'll have 2 minutes to chat about key takeaways from that powerful keynote from Dr. Francisca that she shared with us, or from the discussion that has just happened. What does it mean to you? What does it mean about your own career choices? How did she challenge you? 2 minutes to share that. After 2 minutes, we'll switch, and we'll have just 3 rounds of that to give you an opportunity to meet 3 people before we go on our break and explore our next theme shortly. So Joe should be ready with breakaway rooms shortly. Remember, you have 2 minutes. Practice generous listening. Be present with one another listening. Don't use yes, but. It's not about an argument, but it's about exploring together and going into exploration mode. Thank you so much, Joe.
Great. Thank you, Pauline. Well, breakouts are ready. Please stay put. If you're waiting for your partner, give it a second, and we will invite you to come back when the time is due. All right. Have fun, everybody. I'm just looking at where are we? Is everybody got their breakout rooms? Please click on the buttons that invites you there. Join a breakout room. Enjoy your conversation pair with one of your fellows and colleagues. I think everybody is now in their breakouts almost, accounting for connectivity. Nice. Hopefully everybody got their pairs. Okay. Last little moments. Three rounds of 2 minutes, is that correct?
That's right.
Great.
After 2 minutes, we swap.
All right, let's come back then. Closing all rooms. Buy me some time to reshuffle, please.
Maybe you can, yeah, oh, okay.
I did send them a little bit of warning.
Okay.
Welcome back, everybody. I think people are coming back from the first round of serendipitous breakouts. Let's prepare the next round. Participants, do we have back everybody? Let's just about right. All right, just a moment. I need to fight the buttons. Hopefully the first round you met some interesting people and to exchange contacts. And the second round is almost ready. So welcome everybody to the next session now. That's about the first minute past. Hopefully everybody is in their breakout rooms now. If you're finding yourself here, please hold on and we will include you in the third and last session. All right, closing all the rooms now. Welcome everybody back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. All right, that was the second remix that we did together. Let's reshuffle this one more time when everybody's back in here. Make sure that I can set up good pairs. In the meantime, let's enjoy these beats. Very nice. Still have about 50 of you. No one's given up and leaving us. That's great.
This is great, and people are not getting lost in cyberspace.
Yeah, exactly. I'm always so terrified when I click this. I feel like Scotty from Star Trek hitting the transporter button. I always expect people to come back with 2 heads and 4 arms. All right, let me prepare the last remix here. Once again, if you find yourself alone in the room, please trust that we will try to get you sorted, or that unfortunately someone has disconnected. So please just enjoy yourself, maybe get a cup of water. The loneliness won't last too long. Okay, I think we're ready for the last round. Are we ready for the last round?
Yes.
Let's go. Michael, or get someone for him. Andualem, I invite you to join a room. Claire is alone as well. Let's drop her to meet Charlotte. And for Lisa, I unfortunately don't have anyone.
Google Digital's
Let's get a cup of water for myself. Coming up to the minute.
Okay, so after this is the break. So are you going to spotlight anybody during that?
So Professor Chibanda is going to do a Tai Chi for us. Do you want to introduce the break and then what's next?
Yep. And then and call him forward.
Yeah, perfect. That'd be great.
So I removed the delay.
But I can't hear you very well with the music playing.
I was just saying I removed because of the delay.
Oh, okay.
Did you see me when I was doing the sharing? There was a bit of
Yeah, it was okay. It was okay. It was not noticeable on our end. Yeah. All right, I'm
Okay.
gonna close the rooms and bring everybody back.
Fantastic.
Awesome.
All
I'm
right.
looking forward to some Tai Chi now.
Oh yes.
Exciting. Great. It's gonna be like a matrix. Okay, welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back. People are trickling in. We hope you had a great time in pairs. If you could pop us in the chat, just a sentence from yourself, from the experience that you have just had on your pairs, please pop that into the chat before we go on a short break. If you could write us something in the chat, please tell us about the experience you just had in the breakaway room. Ashraf said it was very nice to meet colleagues. Fantastic that you got to meet your colleagues. Great people are met, chatted with. Richard says very enjoyable, wonderful, great opportunity to use some sign language when my partner's sound wasn't working. Thank you for sharing, Sarah. PhD does not always lead to academia, but Cyril says that was the key insight. Thank you for that. Session opened up possibilities. There were many options. There are many options out there. Love it. Love the brief-minded, like-minded communication. Loved communicating and connecting with people. Yes, 2 minutes does fly, doesn't it, Mattel? And I enjoyed reconnecting, chance to have Francisca. Ooh, you had Francisca herself. You are lucky, Basaru. Wonderful. It was wonderful to talk to you all, very inspiring, great to hear everybody. Fantastic human beings behind the great work. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Thank you. Now we have another delightful short break, but during that break, we have something very delightful. Joe, do you want to tell us what we have for the short break?
Yes, some of you might remember that yesterday we've had a short yoga session. Well, I'm delighted to say that today we will practice something new, and we will look at what is the power for human well-being of Tai Chi by no one else but Professor Chibanda. So I'd like to invite you on stage now to guide this wonderful session for us.
Thank you. So I'm going to run you through the basics of Tai Chi and probably try out a few moves with all of you. Just some ground rules about Tai Chi. Tai Chi is rooted in breathing and posture. And the whole idea of Tai Chi is to bring one into the present moment. When we're in the present moment, we become a lot more aware of ourselves and our environment. It normally takes about 2 years to learn the full Tai Chi form called Yang Cheng Fu. But we're just going to run through the basic steps. Now, normally when you do Tai Chi, you're supposed to be standing, but I can see that some of you are sitting. If you can stand, it will be good, but if you can't, I totally understand. And we're going to start with the very, very basics. Now, everything in Tai Chi is named after an animal or a particular, known movement. It could be something called playing the guitar, or it's, stroking the peacock's feathers, those kind of things. So we'll start with the very beginning of Tai Chi. Now, when you start Tai Chi, you're standing up and just feel relaxed. Your hands are on your shoulders down there. And the first move in Tai Chi is simply called lift hands. And lift hands is with an in-breath. So all you do is lift those hands as you breathe in and then bring them down. That's the first move. So the in-breath is hands up and out-breath, hands down. Now, let's try that together very slowly. In-breath, out-breath. Go. See, that's how simple Tai Chi is. Let's move on to the next move. Watch me. So after the in-breath and the out-breath, the next move is called holding the ball. And all you're literally doing is hold a big ball in front of you. Imagine you have a big ball in front of you. You hold it with the right hand on top of the ball, the left hand under the ball. So the first move is in-breath, out-breath, hold the big ball. Let's try that once more. So in breath, out breath, hold the big ball. We're going to add one more move to that. You're going to do an in breath, out breath, hold the big ball, and you will sink into the big ball. And sinking into the big ball essentially simply means bending your knees so you feel your weight going down like that. So we're going to do in breath, out breath, hold the big ball and sink. Feel your body going literally down as you sink into that big ball. Let's do all of that without a pause. In breath, out breath, hold the big ball, sink. Let's go. Go. Great. One last additional move so we can complete the cycle. So from in breath, out breath, hold the big ball, sink. You will then turn your body to your right. So watch me before you do this. So it's out, there, sink and turn. So you literally pivot on your left leg and turn to the right. While you're sinking, turn to the right. Let's try that. In breath, out breath, hold the big ball, sink and turn to the right. How many minutes do you want us to carry on with this? I think we're done. I just wanted to show you a little bit of Tai Chi. And there are many places where you can do Tai Chi all over the world these days. And as I said, it takes about 2 years rather to learn the full form of Tai Chi, but it's extremely therapeutic to be able to do Tai Chi. It really helps to root one in the present. Thank you.
Fantastic. How beautiful was that? Please, everybody give an applause, a Zoom applause, electronic reactions, thank yous in the chats. I already see them. We really appreciate it, Professor Shibanda. What a beautiful, beautiful moment. We do still want to give you 5 minutes to step away from a computer and take a walk and then come back into the first theme. So 5 minutes, step away from the computer, grab some coffee or tea while we'll play some really beautiful music for you, and we'll see you in 5 minutes. So 17 minutes after the hour, whichever country that you were in, we will be starting. Let me just play my music. Sorry, just trying to play music while we do that.
When you can't find this way, when you this way, when you can't find this way.
Fantastic. I hope you enjoyed that and you got to get a cup of coffee and tea and you're all set and ready for our very first theme for the day. So the first theme for the day is going to be explored by Prof. Land, and the title of the theme is Social Determinants of Mental Health Disorders. Who is Professor Crickland? He's a professor at the Global Mind, Health and Development at King's College in London and an honorary professor of public mental health at the University of Cape Town. His research interests lie in mental health policy, service planning, and the relationship between poverty and mental health in low and middle income countries. Prof. Land, it's my pleasure to welcome you into the stage as you introduce the two fellows who are going to make their presentations. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Puleng. It's really good to be with you all today, and greetings from Cape Town. I don't know about you, but I felt so energized after that last session. I was using my 5-minute break to practice my newly acquired Tai Chi moves. So it's been a wonderful session so far, so thank you. So we move now on to the focus of the first session, which is on the social determinants of mental health. And this is something that's very close to my heart, really trying to understand more about the social and economic environments in which we live and the way in which these shape the mental health of populations. And we've got two wonderful fellows presenting their work today. The first is Clement Nunjvi, and I'm going to be handing over to him first. And then after the two presentations, we'll have an opportunity for a Q&A session. So Clement, the floor is yours.
Greetings to you all, ladies and gentlemen. As we celebrate the next generation of mental health researchers in Africa, I take this pleasure to share with you my PhD study and occupational perspective of social inclusion among young adults dually afflicted with substance use disorders and HIV in Zimbabwe. My name is Clement Nunje and I'm a PhD fellow under AMARI, registered at the University of Cape Town. Background to this work, as I was in the clinical setting as a clinical occupational therapist and my academic journey, I noticed interesting stuff happening about substance use and HIV predominantly affecting young adults. The relationship thereof was prevalent condition, interwoven and very much complex. What did it show me further is that HIV, although we are having a successful trajectory in its management in Zimbabwe, it remains high and prevalent. The surge in substance use with a point prevalence of 40% in some institutions actually can derail the progress in this HIV fight. This can be further complicated by an unsupportive complex where stigma is still rife, where also resources for transformation of life is also very much limited. Who is weighed down by this most? The youth, the economic backbone of tomorrow, the transformative agent of the society. Dually afflicted young adults, young ladies and gentlemen, weigh most of these challenges. Where should we be looking forward to? In a rights-oriented era, justice and inclusion then matter. But where should this take us to? I explored the experiences of social inclusion through occupational participation of these young adults. And to do that, I have to borrow from a critical instrumental case study design. In this design, I actually used narrative interviews of 5 young adults with a dual affliction of substance use and HIV. I thought that was not all to learn from their case. So in-depth interviews with informants drawn from leaders of industry, policymakers, renowned researchers, and clinicians also informed this case study. That was not all still. Document reviews for the policy and legislative landscape about HIV and substance use, as well as social inclusion in Zimbabwe, also informed this study. I thought, what about on a large scale? How does it fare? What are the socio-demographics of these youth vis-a-vis their level of social inclusion? Hence, I borrowed in a social inclusion exploratory survey. And to analyze all this work, I had engaged in a 3-level case study analysis, with the first level borrowing from the principles of Paul Kingon to do narrative analysis to end up with the production of employed hybrid narratives detailing the lives of these young adults. All the other data sources were brought together through a thematic case analysis in which 3 emergent categories supporting one superordinate theme had to result. The last stage of my case study analysis was the theorization or conceptualization of these findings and its implication in mental health, occupational science, and occupational therapy. What did I find, ladies and gentlemen? Young adults with substance use and HIV in Zimbabwe are navigating an already troubled life where they seek belonging and well-being. They emerge from a context of mixed realities. Poverty is rife, stigma, police uncertainties, and non-implementation of those which are formulated. Conditions of dominant discourses are also rife. They are trying to adjust, but in doing so, they use unsanctioned transgressive activities. This lands them on the life on margins. In this life, there is restricted opportunities and resources of life transformation. Occupational choices are swayed. The dark side of what they do is unknown. There is complex temporal inclusion. So, ladies and gentlemen, what is it that I'm bringing into this field as novelty from my PhD study? This study offers a description of how these young adults experience social inclusion. The role of agency is reaffirmed here, and a more critical view of occupational choice is being offered. I propose activist occupational choice as an emergent concept from my study, in which I am saying it is an emergent concept and it is a category where it is focused largely on defying the taken for granted ways of engagement. It is aimed at breaking away from oppressive systems and problematic ways of doing things. For the researcher and practitioner, I'm saying, let's widen our view of what social inclusion can be in order to embrace the diversity and the multiplicity of agents and choices. Practitioners should promote alternatives for social inclusion, and the characteristics of these alternatives can be to do with indigeneity, collectivism, and resistance for the oppressive forces that surround the youth and other marginalized populations. I thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Clement. I think we're going to move straight on to the next presentation, and then we're going to have an opportunity for some Q&A. So the next presentation is by Kefyalu Gezachu from Ethiopia, and he will be presenting on health outcomes related to problem drinking review.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kafyalo, a PhD fellow from Al-Azhar University in AMARI, and my presentation title is Health Outcomes Related to Problem Drinking, a Review. As an introduction, alcohol is a psychoactive substance which affects the mind, and it has been used by humans for centuries. According to a global burden of disease review in 2016, alcohol consumption is a leading risk factor for disease and disability, and it was ranked among top risk factors for disability adjusted life years and disease globally. And the level that minimizes harm across health outcomes was 0 standard drinks per week, and nearly 132.6 million dailies. That means 5.1% of all dailies in that year was due to alcohol use, and it is a causal factor in more than 200 injuries and diseases like alcoholism disorder itself, liver cirrhosis, malignancies, injuries, tuberculosis, HIV/AIDS, and hypertension. And it is one of the 4 major behavioral risk factors for non-communicable diseases, and problem drinking is related with mental disorder or vice versa. These are my PhD research objectives, and the final objective is to determine effects of binge drinking on negative health outcomes in the Brabant town. It's part of Central Ethiopia. And a review on this objective focused on health outcomes related to problem drinking, and such strategy was used for databases PubMed, Embase, ICINFO, and Global Index Medicus with search terms, key terms, free text, controlled vocabulary search terms were used. And for eligibility criteria, a population of adolescents, adults, and elderly with problem drinking and those aged 10 and above were included. And follow-up or retrospective cohort studies were used as well. And any country were included as well for date range, inception, not restricted, and in date was 12 May 2021. And articles in English language and peer-reviewed were included. And for data extraction, Cochrane checklist of the items to consider in data collection were included, and forms include this one. After final searching, from a total of 3,665 searched articles, duplicates were removed, and after titles and abstracts are screened, a total of 20 articles were included for this review, and from these 20 studies, 17 were from high-income countries and 3 from lower and middle-income countries, and 0 was no study from low-income country. Year of publication ranged from 1988 to 2017, and the sample size at baseline ranged from 150 to 486,115, age from 10 to 105. Coming at the results, number 1, general health related to problematic alcohol use, binge drinking, problem drinking, or very heavy drinkers predicted optimal subjective health, self-report subjective health, fair or poor health, and psychosocial and mental health problems. Ex-drinkers and current heavy drinking shows a depressed mood than non-drinkers in Korean samples, and having any drinking status didn't show an elevated risk of major depressive episode in Canada. Cases with audit positive initially in Australia shows a 61% increase or experience of alcohol-related social problems than lower scores, and men with persistent alcohol disorder manifested marital, workplace, and social problems in study of India. Looking at the functional or cognitive status and quality of life in a prospective study of around 11,000 adults aged 50 or above in UK, better cognition and subjective well-being or quality of life and fewer depressive symptoms were associated with moderate level of alcohol consumption than with never having drink any for both gender. Physical or medical health outcomes. Only 5 studies shows that audit positive was associated with alcohol-related medical disorders like high blood pressure, DM, and increased liver enzymes. And in 8 studies, heavy drinking or binge drinking, alcohol use disorder, and audit positive and subjective report of intoxication were predictors of alcohol-related increased risk for accidents, injuries, and trauma. And in 6 studies, a higher audit score and alcohol disorder or heavy drinking predicted future tendency of hospitalizations, attendance for consultation, admission, increased healthcare contact, GI problem, and alcohol-specific diagnosis. As a summary, there is dearth of studies on alcohol-related harm in low and middle-income countries, and health outcomes related to problem drinking is inconclusive and findings are mixed. I would like to thank Arsaba University AMARI and my supervisors, Professor Solomon and Professor Brumain Myers.
Great, thank you very much, Kefilu, and thanks very much as well to Clement. So I think we're going to open up the floor now to questions and answers, and we're really looking forward to hearing any questions you might have. Please feel free to post them in the chat, or you can simply raise your hand and go ahead and speak. Does anybody have any questions for either Clement or Kefilu? Okay, maybe if I can just get the ball rolling with a couple of questions. First of all, to Clement, thank you very much for your presentation. Really fascinating work and really interesting and innovative work around bringing occupational therapy disciplines and ways of thinking to youth duly affected by substance use and HIV. I was wondering whether you've had any thoughts about what potential interventions could be developed, especially in the Zimbabwean context, that could target youth in these contexts. And I'm especially thinking about interventions that ignite a sense of agency among youth. You spoke so much about how youth are disaffected, alienated, excluded from social opportunities. What would an intervention which brings them into the mainstream of society, which enables inclusion and is empowering, what would such an intervention look like, especially from an occupational therapy point of view?
Thank you so much, Prof. Land. And with this work, I would want to continue being led by the service users in the truest sense of promoting agency. So that type of intervention should emanate from the service users' insights. And it would follow the lines of what is available and sustainable in a Zimbabwean context, agro-based collective type of arrangements for their engagement is actually coming to the fore. And collective approach, when they join their voices in supportive environments, engaging in agricultural, crafts-oriented, and other, indigenous knowledge systems, they come together and their voice is amplified. It's a question of proposing that the other exists and is sustainable. And when I say the other, I'm trying to run away from the restricted, prescribed ways of education, paid employment, and a certain type of religion. There's more to that. And we can only tap into it if we promote who they are, give them a platform, resource, and capacity. And the last bit of it is knowledge is empowering. As long as they think the end to their world rests with paid employment and education, then they are going to be excluded. They need to know that there is more, and more of it is about the indigenous ways of being that they can tap into.
That's great, Clement. Well, very exciting to hear about those possibilities. Thank you so much. You're really interesting to see where you go next with this whole area, as you've been so steeped in it for these last few years. So thank you. I don't see any other questions, so I'm just going to fire away with another question for Kefiolu. Kefiolu, thank you for your presentation. Really interesting to see the literature that's out there on the harmful effects of alcohol use on various health outcomes. And it's very striking how little research has been done in low and middle income countries. So I was just wondering, from your perspective, if you were to recommend a research agenda for low and middle income countries, especially focusing on this area that you've investigated, what would you recommend? And especially for the situation in Ethiopia, what are the research priorities? And then I see Rose has her hand up, so we'll come to Rose after this. Please go ahead, Kefiolu.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Actually, this is the review for my next step. There is an objective that says to see impact of binge drinking, one of the drinking problem, to see health outcomes among binge drinkers in my PhD study. So I also look at the prevalences of or the scopes of problem drinking, and then I will see in the prospective study about the effects of binge drinking. And I will recommend after that, and there is little of days of studies in Ethiopia about effects of binge drinking, as the literature also shows that there is no studies in low and middle income countries, as Ethiopia is part of that low and middle income countries. So this is as an input for my future prospective study. Did I get you, Professor?
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much, Kefiolu. Well, we're looking forward to seeing the results of that. So thank you. I see there's a question now from Rose. Rose is saying, with the advent of COVID, how has the settings changed for the dyads and those with alcohol misuse? Rose, do you want to just expand on that a bit?
Yeah, my question. So whilst they were still, collecting data and doing their PhDs for both of them, Kev and Clement, the environment changed, and there was COVID. Did this affect your results? If there are any interventions, are you seeing any changes? We've seen some of the fellows change their protocols completely because of COVID. How have you guys fared on with this? And are your interventions going to change, or your recommendations? Has anything changed or moved since then?
Great, thanks, Rose.
Thank you, Rose. I'm
go
going
ahead.
to the field in the next 1 or 2 months, and I can't surely say about the community and field status, but as an institution from Addis Ababa University, we have improved our protocol to follow a strict COVID precaution guidelines, like using face mask, using any alcohol wraps, and any other infrared thermometer in each site of the data collection. This is the update yet.
Thank you so much, Ross. And maybe if I can add something onto that, Prof. Lund, I would say for my research, COVID happened when I was now doing write-up. So it affected my write-up more than my data. But it also affected the meaning-making process of my data. Because what I was starting to see was that as the spaces are closed more, the people who are already on the margins of society are impacted worse, which entails more of injustice onto the already, victimized and disadvantaged population groups. The methods which are being used for the management or trying to curtail COVID are actually a disaster in the realities of life of most of the people who have their recovery capital already restricted. So when I now discuss and write up articles from my work, I hope to draw on some of these realities. In terms of the interventions that would work going forward, are interventions that are cognizant of the realities of the day. And the realities of today have to do with COVID and the way it is managed.
That's great. Thank you very much, Clement. That's very helpful. I think we're just about out of time. We've got time for one more question. Ben Weerbong has his hand up. Ben, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Crick, and thank you, Dange, for your review. It looks quite thorough, and you must have had trying to get good enough articles. But one key question I just wanted to check with you, and I wonder if it came up in your review, is so you did look at this globally. So you had a mix of LAMEX and high-income countries. Would you recommend lumping some of these cutoffs? So your definition of problem drinking, would you consider thinking that those are similar in terms of the definition of problem drinking in high-income countries compared to what you find in lower middle-income countries? And how would you account for that in your analysis? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. For this review, as you rightly said, I searched globally. Actually, this is for the input of the literature review of my future study. That's why broaden this to the global perspective. Otherwise, the difficulty in alcoholism disorder study is the disparities of definitions. Some studies say binge drinking, problem drinking, alcoholism disorder, or heavy problem drinking. So I tried to incorporate all the definitions for this study in the eligibility criteria. Otherwise, for my study, I limited to binge drinking, defined according to WHO or national AAA definitions, or other step survey done previously in Ethiopia, just to narrow this definition problem. That's it.
Okay, thanks very much, Clifford. Thanks, Ben. All right, I think we're out of time for today for this particular session, so I'm going to hand back to Puleng. Thank you very much to both of you for the really interesting presentations. If anyone has other questions, please feel free to contact the fellows directly. Over to you, Puleng.
Thank you, and please let's give a round of applause from everybody, please. Electronic reactions and also Zoom applauses like this. We are not unable to unmute ourselves, we can always do it that way. And we want to thank you so much, Professor Crickland, for moderating so beautifully, and thank you to our presenters who have presented really wonderful work. Now it's time to move on to the next theme. The next theme is cultural adaptation of interventions for mental health disorders in Africa. This theme is going to be moderated by our two esteemed moderators. Professor Atalay Alam is a psychiatrist and a fellow of the Ethiopian Academy of Sciences and professor of psychiatry at Addis Ababa University, Ethiopia. Also a winner of 2019 Harvard Award in Psychiatrist, Epidemiology, and Biostatistic in recognition of his outstanding contribution to the field of psychiatry in Ethiopia and globally. He will be accompanied by Dr. Ravi Paul, who is a healthcare practitioner specializing in as a psychiatrist in Zambia. He's also the head of the Department of Psychiatry, School of Medicine at the University of Zambia, and has around 20 years experience in mental health. And he also got a new president this week installed. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Welcome our esteemed chairs. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you.
Please unmute yourself.
All right, okay. Hi, everybody. Thank you very much for that generous introduction. This has been a very interesting meeting, a new experience, of course. We used to meet face to face and meet each other, but now the meeting mode has changed, and we are, thanks to technology, at least we can see each other and also discuss. What remains very difficult is hugging each other and passing our warmth to one another, but the situation has not allowed us to do so. So now this session is going to focus on adaptation or development of culturally appropriate interventions and instruments that have been developed abroad and also newly to be adapted in our continent, which has been a challenge for many years for our research, and also adapting guidelines and methods of treatment that were developed in the developed world. So now, in that regard, we have now today three presentations. One is, remind me the topic, sorry to flip. Bixen will be the first presenter, and then the next presenter would be
Nambulelo Kroko.
Nambulelo Kroko, yeah, thank you for your assistance. And so if you are reading the titles of their, can Ravi tell us the titles of their topic, exact titles?
Sure, Prof. Alam, it's really good to see you. I'm seeing you after 10 years. You and you are growing younger every year. I'll need to know the secret behind that.
We'll talk after the session. I'll share the secret with you.
Sure, Prof. It's good to co-share with you. So the first presenter is Bixen Asrat. The topic is depression and HIV/AIDS, adapting and piloting group interpersonal therapy for treatment of depressive symptoms for people with HIV/AIDS. So the floor is with Asrat.
Hello everyone, my name is Big Singh and the title of my presentation is Depression and HIV/AIDS, specifically on adapting and piloting group interpersonal therapy for treatment of depressive symptoms for people with HIV/AIDS. Studies have indicated that depression is 2 or more times higher in prevalence among people with HIV/AIDS than the general population. But the treatment gap remains high despite a high burden of the condition. This calls for interventional research to be conducted to address the existing huge gap, particularly in low and middle income countries. Our aim was to explore psychosocial problems associated with depression and to adapt group interpersonal therapy and to pilot the intervention among people with HIV/AIDS in Northwest Ethiopia. We went through 4 objectives to achieve our own aim. The first section of our study was a systematic review and meta-analysis of trials conducted in low and middle income countries. Trials that used culture-sensitive group support psychotherapy, interpersonal therapy, problem-solving therapy, and peer counseling were effective with excellent acceptability. Psychological therapies delivered by lay counselors were found as effective as therapies delivered by specialists. The overall findings of this section is published in the Journal of Affective Disorders. The second part was assessing the magnitude of a major depressive disorder using a diagnostic instrument. 32.5% of participants were found to have major depressive disorder. Major depressive disorder was significantly associated with divorce, separation, with widowed and with illiterate, unemployed, and with low perceived social support. Similarly, major depressive disorder was positively associated with reduced adherence to antiretroviral therapy, with functional disability, and negatively associated with overall quality of life. The findings of this section also published in BMS Psychiatry so that you can access the full text out there. The third part was the formative qualitative study. And this study, we found that psychological, social, biological, and spiritual causes were predominantly reported to cause depression among people with HIV/AIDS. Most of the mentioned psychosocial problems were defined within the 4 problem areas of interpersonal therapy. The results of this section also published in +1, and you can also read the full text there. The final section of our study was the piloting. We recruited 31 participants, and 29 of them were completed the intervention. Quantitative analysis of this section indicated that depression scores reduced significantly between baseline and post-intervention with effect size of 1.74. Similarly, perceived social support and quality of life scores improved significantly. However, functional disability scores remain the same. Qualitative evaluation of the intervention indicated that procedures and outcomes of group-based interpersonal therapy were perceived as acceptable. Participants reported benefits in resolving psychosocial problems, and they were also satisfied with the counselor's competency to lead the intervention. The findings of this section also published in pilots and feasibility studies. Finally, we concluded that despite barriers, group-based interpersonal therapy was acceptable and feasible with high fidelity for people with HIV/AIDS in Northwest Ethiopia. These are some group photos that were taken during the intervention phase. I would like to thank my supervisors, the University of Cape Town, and the AMARI consortium at last. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Asrat, for that good presentation. Now we go on to the next presenter, Nombulelo Kroko. The topic is adaptation of the friendship bench problem-solving therapy to alleviate common mental disorders among gay men in Bulawayo, Zimbabwe. Kroko, the floor is yours.
Good day, everyone. My name is Nombulelo Kroko. My PhD study is entitled Adaptation of the Friendship Bench Problem-Solving Therapy to Alleviate Common Mental Disorders Among Gay Men in Bulawayo, Zimbabwe. And in that picture there, you see Prof. Chibanda. He is the FB developer. So the purpose of the study was to pilot the friendship bench problem-solving therapy and adapt it for the reduction of common mental disorders in gay men in Bulawayo. Why? Because the depression in gay men is high. Why the friendship bench? Number one, it was developed in Zimbabwe, so it has local context. Two, it has been rigorously evaluated in a randomized control trial, so we have evidence that it does reduce depression in the general adult population. Three, it was set up to address each person's unique problems, so it is an individualized approach. And finally, it can be delivered by trained lay persons, and considering that gay men live in difficult circumstances, this will make access easier for them. So the study overview, there are basically three phases. Phase one being investigating how gay men cope currently with common mental disorders. This was before they entered the intervention. Phase two, the friendship bench was administered as is. Phase three, which we're yet to get to, that's when we're going to get the facilitators' views on using FB with gay men. We're going to have a focus group discussion with all the participants. Then we're going to have results from the systematic review and the theory of change. So methods, we screened everyone at the beginning for common mental disorders using the SSQ-14. We then had a baseline interview with the 10 participants that made the purposive sample. So the interview was basically on how they cope with their current problems. Following that, they entered the intervention for 6 weeks. So during the intervention, data collection was threefold. I had an observation checklist, which I was completing in each and every session. And then we had the satisfaction evaluation form that participants filled in, and the session report form that was completed by the counselor, where she was gauging herself in terms of how much of the standard FB PST she feels she used in that particular session. So a convenient sample of 21 MSM was screened from Sexual Rights Center, and the inclusion criteria was an SSQ score of 9 and above, having attended less than 10 support groups, being a stakeholder at Sexual Rights Center, and self-identifying as gay. And we got a purposive sample of 10 men that were recruited into the study. So the results, so the coping strategies prior to the intervention, alcohol was quite common, that they'll use alcohol more than usual when they were stressed. Suicidal ideation was reported in the past. Anger management, bottling up issues, concealment in a bid to fit in with their heterosexual peers, in terms of dressing, in terms of the way they talk. And, sometimes totally giving up on their lives, on their careers in a bid to fit in. So the data, preliminary data from the sessions. So we have 10 participants, but only 8 have completed their sessions. So the key themes that are coming up are, one, coming out to self, coming out to family, being single due to trust issues, internalized homophobia, stigma, and discrimination. And then we have unemployment issues, money issues, and family issues as well. So what is yet to be done? We have a focus group discussion scheduled for the 1st of September with the 10 participants, the results from the systematic review, the theory of change workshop, and then we're going to analyze all the data and adapt the Friendship Bench manual. I'd like to thank my husband and our children, my amazing supervisors, Prof. Duma, Dr. Lenghao, Prof. Harding, and AMARI for all the support. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you.
Thank you, Kroko. That was a wonderful presentation. The last one in this theme is Tessera Bitu. The topic is adapting brief problem-solving therapy for antenatal depressive symptoms in primary care in rural Ethiopian context. The floor is yours, Tessera.
Hello, my name is Tessera Bito. I am interested in adaptation of psychological interventions for people with psychological problems. Here I'm going to present about adapting brief problem-solving therapy for antenatal depressive symptoms in primary care in rural Ethiopian context. Antenatal depression is a common public health challenge. It affects healthcare utilization of women like antenatal care use, institutional delivery, and postnatal care utilization in our previous study. In other previous studies, antenatal depression was associated with poor attachment and impaired child care. It was also associated with poor self-care and poor functioning of women, as well as perinatal complications. It was also associated with malnutrition and child health and poor child behavior. However, most perinatal women with depressive symptoms receive no intervention in practice. This mainly because of the scarcity of dedicated psychologists and counselors in middle income countries. So the objective of this study was to select and adapt psychological intervention for women with antenatal depressive symptoms in a rural Ethiopian context that can be delivered by nurses. The study was done in southern part of Ethiopia using AMARI framework. The adaptation process involved two phases. In the first phase, we adapted the intervention guided by adapt ITT model of process adaptation and new cultural model of content adaptation. In the second phase, we are testing feasibility of the adapted intervention, feasibility RCT. In the first step of the ADAPT model, we reviewed a number of qualitative and epidemiological studies. We had TOC discussions about results of the review, and qualitative study was augmented during discussion. This theory of change mapped from TOC. In the second step of the ADAPT model, there was decision about type of intervention to be adapted after review of potential interventions presented in TOC discussions with mental health experts, researchers, community members, health planners, and so on. Then the selected intervention was administered in a form of theater test to healthcare providers, women development army psychiatrists, and psychologists. Then training was given to providers for 5 days along with accelerated case training, and the adapted intervention was being tested in a form of feasibility RCT, and recruitment of participants has been completed. Intervention is in progress, and processing collected. The results are in the first step of ADAPT model, women preferred individual face-to-face therapy in the health facility for privacy reasons. PST was selected because of its focus on social adversities as it is obtained in our qualitative study, and booklet was changed into pictorial form to reduce problems of literacy, unlike the original study in the original intervention manual in the South Africa. In the third step of ADAPT model, we have included communication skills, basic counseling skills, and CRC after comments after it has been administered in a form of theater test. Steps were summarized at the end to clarify confusion about 6 steps. More exercises were added on breaking problems into units, and examples were changed. There was confusion, there was difficulty of asking suicide item, and we have also included an introductory normalizing sentence about suicide, and counselors were made to aware that women are learning skills than trying to solve. Flow of content, layout, and elements of interventions were modified in the fourth step, and MI components have been decided to be omitted. And training was given about problem-solving therapy for 5 days, where competency was assessed using fidelity checklist and enact, and refresher training was done on empathetic care. This was the intervention manual after it has been adapted, along with the flip chart and materials. So 4 sessions individual problem-solving therapy was adapted to be delivered by PHC staff, and adaptations were made to content, treatment components, and treatment delivery. Thus, we expect the intervention will be feasible and acceptable in our future fully powered. These are individuals and institutions who had support during the adaptation of the intervention manual. Thank you all.
Yeah, Ravi, I would like you to continue with chairing the session.
Okay, Prof. Thank you so much, presenters. Those were really very enlightening works that you are doing. I'll go ahead first with my first question, and it's for both Asrat and Tessera. We have seen that many projects involving psychotherapy and counseling, they are run pretty well as long as we are involved in a project. And as soon as the project or the funding ends, they die with it. So do you have any plans to continue delivering such services to the clients that come to you? Would your research assistants or the trainees that you've trained to offer the therapy continue offering that beyond the timeline of the project? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the questions, and let me respond to the first question. The first question was what specific areas of interpersonal therapy were, benefiting for people with HIV/AIDS. Yeah, in our post intervention evaluation and with interviews, the most important areas of IPT that were helpful for people with HIV/AIDS were the loneliness. People try to manage their loneliness just by building friendship with their neighborhood and with their colleagues at work, and also conflict management. Most importantly, conflict was a very common report from our study, and particularly family conflict and neighborhood conflict was very commonly reported, and they managed to solve these conflicts using, through the intervention phase. And the other one was life change due to the HIV/AIDS. With the diagnosis of HIV/AIDS, people's life would be changing. They have, most of them reported that they have problems or difficulties to disclose their HIV status to their closest family member or friends. So after the intervention, they start disclosing their HIV status to people, to their closest people and to their friends. So these three parts of IPT, conflict, life change, and loneliness management were specifically helpful for this population. And the second question, future plans. The future plan, my future plan is to find fundings to continue the study of interpersonal therapy. There's a way to study its effectiveness, and also its cost effectiveness as well, because there is issue that which format of intervention would be cost effective. Like some authors argue that the group-based is more cost effective than the individual-based intervention. So cost effective study should be, cost analysis study should be conducted. So the next plan will be just further studying interpersonal therapy for larger population. If I get the chance, for example, just to be involved as a postdoctoral fellow with AMARI, so I will be just dealing with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have, I think, a question regarding about future application or continuity of the project within the community at large. In our formative qualitative study, we have actually the project is costly. It is opportunity to get funds so that we can be supported with the project. And using the project, we are collecting the formative qualitative data from various stakeholders like the postnatal women as well as antenatal women, plus healthcare workers too. All had positive responses regarding about using psychological interventions for their problems. For example, we were expecting that the intervention would be a burden to healthcare providers who are busy in their clinical practice. But it was really fortunate and unexpected for us to get the responses that rather the intervention or psychological treatment that would be given as a form of training for them was a supportive and complementary to their work and might even reduce the burden they had and the problems they had. That was their response. Having this in mind, our intervention is focusing on healthcare providers as providers of the intervention. Of course, we had other options of opting other providers like psychologists who are outsiders of the healthcare system. So we opted to select the providers within the healthcare system because it is easy for us to scale up in the future and to come into the existing system. Thank you.
Well, thank you so very much for your responses. They were well received. My other question is for Kroko. Well, it was a very commendable work that you have done, mental health issues amongst gay men. It is still considered as a sexual perversion in Zambia, and it is punishable by law. I have many clients who were forced to leave the country or stay in hideouts, or lest they will be caught manhandled or stigmatized badly because of them having the status as gay. So my question to you is, did you face any such cultural or societal hindrances while doing your project? And if yes, then how did you manage it? Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a good question. So, Dr. Ravi, the situation in Zambia and the situation here in Zimbabwe is quite similar, which also explains why the depression is so high and why the anxiety is so high among gay men. So I didn't face too many challenges in that regard because I was able to recruit from an organization called Sexual Rights Center, where these individuals feel protected and where they feel safe. So that's the route that I took.
Oh, we have a lot to learn from Zimbabwe then in this field. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely.
Prof, the floor is yours.
Yeah, how are we doing with time?
We
You
still
have
have 2 minutes.
time for just one more question.
Yeah. Then from the participants, we expect at least one question.
We have one question in the chat.
Okay, so I do see the question from Tari. It says, Nombulelo, did I get you right that you're planning to conduct a theory of change? If so, do you have any idea of the key stakeholders you will include in the TOC yet? Yeah, so I do have an idea. I would like individuals who have worked with gay men, who have experience working with them. This will also include some psychologists, some psychiatrists that are gay affirmative. This will include some program directors as well that have worked with sexual minorities here in Zimbabwe, so that we can get their input. Hope that answers your question. Yeah.
Okay, so there are no further questions, I think, on the chat. Prof, I'll look for your closing remarks.
So thank you very much. This was the 3 presentations were very interesting and very new to our societies. And I hope you will continue doing this and expand it and modify it further for clinical use in the future. And this is really a commendable work. I thank you all for this nice presentation and very excellent work.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, everybody. Please give a round of applause, electronic reactions, and also some Zoom applauses, please. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
Professor Atale and Professor Ravi, what a privilege, what an honor to have you. Thank you for moderating so beautifully. I will do private messages about the special chat and a relaxed launch later. Before I do that, we have a small surprise for you over the break, everybody. So we are going to have a 10-minute break, but the first 5 minutes, we're going to ask you to stick around. Mr. Joe is full of surprises. Joe, do you have a surprise for us?
Let me see in my pockets. Yes, I do have another one. This has been quite an insightful and energizing session. I think we could probably hop on now and see another fellow who has bestowed upon us a wonderful, relaxing experience. And for this session, after we've had some yoga and learned a little bit of Tai Chi, now how about we explore some breathing exercises, courtesy of Clement. So let me just share his video that he's prepared for us. Thank you so much. And we can have a 5-minute break. Breathing.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be meeting at this moment, but it's also very much straining and draining because lives have been disrupted. And what has also been disrupted is the way we breathe. It is evident that we are stressed. We are going through a lot of depression and anxiety. What more space do we need to be talking about mental health other than this? Of course, I'm Clement Nunji, and I'm an occupational therapist. I have the pleasure today to help ourselves and us together to join hands and breathe. I want us to go back into realization that breathing is important and it can actually address some of the issues that we are going through. So today, ladies and gentlemen, we shall breathe. We shall breathe. Our breathing has been disrupted, but breathing in a certain way can actually restore and some normalcy and address some of the anxieties and the stress and strain that we have. We shall use what we call a 1:2 breathing technique. But what I want us to do now is to try and regularize our breathing. When we are stressed, we go into the sympathetic mode and our breathing is disrupted. But when we relax, we trigger the parasympathetic mode by slow, long exhaling of air as we breathe. So that's what we are going to be doing today. I will choose the number 4. This is the 4th annual scientific meeting for AMARI, and that's what we are going to be using. 1:2 breathing technique. But first of all, let's just regularize our breathing. Let's breathe in the count of 4. Let's go. Let's breathe out in the count of 4. Okay, let's do that again. Breathe in the count of 4. One last time, let's regularize our breathing. At the count of 4, let's breathe in. Now let's do the 1:2 technique together. Feel comfortable where you're seated. Make sure that your legs are resting on the ground. Make sure that you are free. You don't have, anything tight on you, and you are breathing fresh air. We shall breathe in at the count of 4 and then hold a bit the air. We shall only be using our nose to do that. And then we exhale
at the count of 8. That's the 1:2. So for every 1 inhaling, we have 2 exhaling. So we do the 1 to 4 count of inhaling, then the 1 to 8 count of exhaling. Let's do that for 3 times and we will be evident of how we feel relaxed, relieved, and ready to go. 1, 2, 3, go. Yes, we did it. First time. Let's do it again. Breathing in at the count of 4 and out at the count of 8. Let's do it one more time. Well done. The last time. Let's do it one last time. Breathing in at the count of 4 and out at the count of 8. 1 to 2 breathing technique. Let's go. Okay, thank you so much. This we can only do for 3 times today because of the restriction of time. But as you go forth in your life, you can do this more and more. Whenever you feel anxious, tight, strained, and drained, try to normalize your feelings by controlling your breathing. 1:2 breathing technique, stress relieving, very relaxing, and actually reconfigures the body for re-engagement in our life. We are ready to re-engage with the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Clement, for this wonderful experience. And now, what's coming up next, Pulai?
Wouldn't it be great to give 5 minutes for people to grab some coffee, tea, water for the very last theme for the conference and also for the panel? So do not go away until you listen into a very rich panel. I haven't seen so many professors in one panel. I don't know how the organizers of this conference were able to get 7 professors in one panel. And so look forward to that right at the end, and some surprise interactive platform and activities. So it's 25 minutes after the hour, depending on which country you're in. If you're in Central Africa, it's 25 minutes after 12. See you at 12:30 or 30 minutes after whatever hour in whatever country. 5 minutes. How beautiful is that, Joe? I love it. And we get
Incredible, this beat.
moves, Joe.
Gets you move.
So I saw a comment earlier on the chat that Rick could possibly play the guitar for us. Rick, you are. I'm going to be asking you to get ready to play the guitar right at the end. Would you play some guitar at the end? It looks like a lot of people will really appreciate you playing the guitar. So fun. We're looking forward to it. Okay, so as we welcome you back from the break, we hope that you had a relaxed time. It's also so wonderful to read the chats and see that everybody is just really feeling refreshed by this online experience. We are the Alchemy Inspiration, and we build an alchemy around events like this to energize them, to make them much more human, and to refresh people through events like this. We ourselves, as you have heard before, are recovering scientists. So we know that academic conferences can tend to be intense. And so we take this opportunity to make sure that we can have engaging, relaxed, more happy conferences. So contact us at info@alchemyinspiration.com. So what is next on the agenda? Next on the agenda, we have the final theme for this conference, and the theme is impacts of mental health in African communities. Who's going to lead us through that? So we have two very interesting chairs, and the first chair is Professor Bonfor Basiro. He's a Togolese veterinarian and holds a DVM and a PhD in biology. He is currently the director of the Consortium Afrique, One Ecosystem and Population Health, expanding the frontiers in health, funded by the Wellcome Trust. Welcome onto the stage, Professor Bonfor Basiro. And then the second one, he's going to be accompanied by Dr. Munyaratsi Madombiro. He's a consultant psychiatrist and is a current chairperson of the Department of Psychiatry at the University of Zimbabwe College of Health Sciences. His research interests include alcohol and substance use, commodities with HIV, with broader interest in interventions for mental health and physical conditions, ultimately closing the mental health treatment gap. We welcome onto the stage our two esteemed panelists and chairs for the last theme of the conference. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this introduction. Before I give the floor to Munya for the presentation, give me 1 minute to say something which is very important for me. Coming from Africa One Aspire, which is a broader consortium with AMARI under African Academy of Science, for me it was a very good experience that we had the last 4 years with AMARI working together on a very specific topic in West Africa and also in Francophone countries. It's a very important experience that we are bringing here, and you will see that in the last presentation. I'm a vet, but I'm not going to talk about mental health in animals. So what we want to highlight here is how livestock-dependent population also need to be considered, and bringing the environment aspect as one of the determinant of health, not only the social, not only the biomedical, but also the environment. And I want to say that and thank Dixon for this partnership that will go
into the next years to come. Over to you, Munya.
Oh, thank you very much, Prof. I mean, it's my honor to and privilege to co-chair this meeting with you, this session with you. And I think it's particularly interesting and important that we are working together with faiths and other people in, I think, the new concept of One Health in global health. So that is very, very important. I mean, we need to work together very well. I'm going to share the presentations, and Prof is going to share the responses. So without further ado, we are going to have the first presentation from Michael Udede from Malawi, and he's going to talk about the feasibility of integrating depression management in diabetes care clinics in central Malawi. Over to you, Michael.
Hello, everyone. My name is Michael Udede. I'm a PhD alumni for AMARI. I'm going to talk to you about my study for my PhD, which I defended in January 2021. The topic of my study is the feasibility of integrating depression management in diabetes care clinics in central Malawi. Depression is implicated in poor self-management, treatment adherence, reduced treatment response, and higher morbidity among patients with diabetes. Despite this evidence, the detection and management of depression in diabetes care remains a challenge in Malawi. Research evidence demonstrates the effectiveness of a range of low-cost interventions. However, the acceptability, feasibility, and effectiveness of such approaches provided at diabetes care clinics in Malawi remains unknown. The overarching aim of the study was to evaluate the feasibility of integrating both screening for depression using PHQ-9, that's a patient health questionnaire 9, and depression management in diabetes care clinics on health outcomes in Malawi. So, what was the methods which we used? The study adopted the cross-sectional study design, and this was in phase 1, and we adopted quasi-experimental study in phase 2. The phase 1 study investigated the screening properties of patient health questionnaire 9 in the detection of depression in diabetes clinic. And in phase 2, the study evaluated the integration of the screening of depression using validated PHQ-9, which was validated in phase 1, and the depression management in 4 physical NCD clinics in central Malawi. To understand this integration, the study also looked at the perceived feasibility and acceptability of integrating depression management in diabetes care clinics. And what were the findings of this study? Overall, the study contributes to new insights, to an understanding of the feasibility and acceptability of integrating depression screening and management as part of diabetes care in NCD clinics in Malawi. The study contributes to knowledge, policy, and practice with the following impacts. This is the first study to validate the tool, the PHQ-9, which is used to screen for depression in individuals with type 2 diabetes in Malawi. The PHQ-9 was found to be useful screening tool in NCD clinics in Malawi, as it was able to identify cases of depression. And the study also noticed that depression is prevalent among patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus attending to NCD clinics in Malawi. And depression is often undiagnosed in patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus attending to NCD clinics. And this study highlights the importance of skill building of healthcare workers in depression screening and management through education and training. These findings from the study provides evidence to support any possible plans to integrate depression screening and its management in diabetes care in NCD clinics in Malawi. This study, we've produced a number of publications from this study. The first one is the study protocol for evaluating the effectiveness of depression management, which was published in BMJ Open in 2018. And we also have another one which looked at the effect of depression management on diabetes and hypertension outcomes. This was published in Systematic Reviews. And the third one was the validity of patient health questionnaire 9 to screen for depression in patients with type 2 diabetes mellitus in NCD clinics in Malawi, which was published in 2019 BMC Psychiatry. And also the fourth one is the detection and prevalence of depression among other type 2 diabetes mellitus patients attending to NCD clinics in Malawi. This was published in 2020 in the International Journal of Mental Health Systems. And we have one manuscript under consideration, which is the perceived feasibility and acceptability of integrating depression management in non-communicable disease clinic in Malawi. This manuscript is under peer review in the International Journal of Mental Health Systems. But also, the findings of this study have been presented in different conferences, locally, regionally, and internationally. We presented in World Psychiatric Association Regional Congress in Addis Ababa in 2018, but also the results were presented in Global Mental Health Without Borders Conference in 2019 in USA. Also presented during the annual Deltas Africa Scientific Conference in 2019 in Senegal. But also locally, it was presented at the College of Medicine 23rd Research Dissemination Conference in 2019. I would like to acknowledge my supervisors, Professor Adamson Muller, Professor Brian Paines, and Dr. Rob Stewart, for their support, the research assistants, all the study participants, the Director of Health and Social Services in the 4 districts for allowing me to conduct the study, the College of Medicine Research Support Center for the training, the Ministry of Health for allowing me to study for the PhD, the AMARI for sponsoring the PhD, my postgraduate AMARI friends for the company and support, as well as my family for the unwavering support provided to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Michael. So without further ado, we're going to have the next presentation, who is Andrew Alem Deresi. The presentation is on conceptualization of self-management, self-efficacy, and illness perception among people with type 2 diabetes mellitus. These are preliminary findings of a qualitative study. To you, Andrew.
Hello, I am Andualem Darasa, a second cohort AMARI fellow from Addis Ababa University. My PhD research project is about impact of depression on self-management, self-efficacy, and illness perception among people with type 2 diabetes mellitus. For this meeting, I will present a preliminary finding of my qualitative study, which is about conceptualization of self-management, self-efficacy, and illness perception among people with type 2 diabetes mellitus. Diabetes mellitus self-management is essential for better prognosis, and comorbid depression is associated with poorer diabetes outcomes. Treating depression doesn't uniformly improve these outcomes, and little is known about how these constructs are conceptualized in our setting and related to one another. The objective of this qualitative study is to explore how illness perception, self-efficacy, and self-management are conceptualized by people with type 2 diabetes mellitus. Setting is one specialist hospital in the capital Addis Ababa and one rural general hospital. Participants are people with type 2 DM with and without depressive symptoms who were attending the DM follow-up for at least 6 months. Data collection is through semi-structured interviews and thematic analysis was used. When you come to the result, a total of 12 interviews were conducted, but we used only 7 of the interviews in this analysis. 3 main themes were emerged: DM illness perception, reporter self-management practice, and perception about self-efficacy. The first theme is initial illness perception. We asked the reaction of people to the diagnosis, and their response was varied. Some accepted it as being like any other disease, while others accepted it because it is God's will, and others were not worried because they had some way of coping, including social support, religious, and family support. When we ask their perception about the cause, people with type 2 DM perceived emotional factors like sadness, overworrying, and anger to be cause for their diabetes. One 68 years male participant said, "When you are angry, your spleen will overburn, which finally results in diabetes mellitus." The second theme is about self-management. Most participants were informed about diet, exercise, food care, and medication adherence, and the main source of information were health professionals. When we come to barriers and facilitators for self-management, substance use, access to materials, availability of medications, being bored by DM, and lack of many were mentioned either as barriers or facilitators. The others include difficulties related to medication, either availability, administration, and difficulty related to diet were also mentioned as some of barriers and facilitators for self-management. Third theme is about self-efficacy. We assess participants' confidence in managing their illness. Some have optimistic self-efficacy with much control over their diet, and the usual source of self-efficacy were having the disease in the family, or support from family members, or having a role model from the family. And others reported lower self-efficacy because they believed the outcome is not in their hand, and they believed that diabetes is unpredictable. In summary, people with type 2 diabetes perceived the cause for their illness is related to emotional factors. The impact of illness is varied, including emotional, social, and economics. Some aspects of self-efficacy seem culturally distinct, and most participants were confident in their ability to control diet. Finally, I would like to thank my supervisors, my colleagues, AMARI, ASET projects, Addis Ababa University, and Haramaya University. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. So the third presenter is Noma Moshami. Moshani, the presentation is in quotes Indoda Iyanyamazela, main perseveres. So this is exploring the perceptions, experiences, and the psychosocial challenges of Xhosa young men in the Western Cape. We have transitioned from adolescent to manhood without a parent or involved father. Go ahead, please, Noma.
Greetings. I'm Noma Moshani, an AMARI scholar from UCT South Africa, and my research topic is Indoda Iyanyamezela, a man perseveres, exploring the perceptions, experiences, and the psychosocial challenges of Xhosa young men in the Western Cape who have transitioned from adolescence to manhood without present or involved fathers. Father absence or uninvolvement is prevalent in South Africa and particularly in Black communities. Stats by Stats SA 2021 shows that between 2014 and 2018, there was a prevalence of father absence among the Black children, with only 31.7 raised by their biological fathers. Fathers play important roles in their children's lives, and in the Xhosa culture, they are vital role players in male cultural initiation, while females, including mothers, are excluded. Cultural initiation in Xhosa society is a crucial time for emotional and cultural growth and contributes largely to the formation of manhood identity in young men. This study aimed to explore the perceived influence of father absence or uninvolvement on Xhosa young men who have transitioned from adolescence to manhood. The objectives of the study were to explore the challenges faced by the young men through their own perspectives and those of elders, including their support needs for this presentation. I will focus on objective 1 and 2. This study employed qualitative research. There were 27 semi-structured individual interviews with 2 participant groups in Khayelitsha, an urban low-income setting in Cape Town. There were 22 young men with absent or uninvolved fathers and 5 Xhosa male elders. For this study, relational ethics and reflexivity were considered. In this research, I located myself as an insider and outsider. I was an insider as a Xhosa person who embraces the Xhosa culture, and as an outsider, I'm a woman who grew up with both parents who is tackling a hardly explored gender-sensitive topic of father absence among young men. To counteract this challenge, there was a Xhosa male research assistant for quality assurance of the research questions and to pilot the interviews to ensure that there were no discrepancies between our interviews. I was quite cautious of my semantics and avoided directly using the word circumcision, but could see the male interviewer used it freely. My indirectness was evident in participants' responses as they did not directly use the word circumcision. Thematic analysis was employed to analyze data. The result shows that initiation is a crucial time for Xhosa young men, particularly those with absent fathers. One participant described a newly initiated man as a lamp at home, a person who sheds light and chases away the darkness of father absence in the home. A variety of cultural challenges were mentioned, saying that when wanting to go to initiation, the boy first approaches the father for guidance and support that the mother is unable to give. The issue of paternal ancestry disconnection was mentioned, saying that different families have different ways of conducting these rituals. The elders thus indicated that in the absence of the father, certain steps are skipped, and in the spiritual realm, this could negatively affect the child's progress in life and compromise his mental health as a result of lack of paternal spiritual connection. The embarrassment associated with using a maternal clan name was also mentioned. The results further show that without the support of the father and lack of paternal discipline, the young men, they sometimes feel like a lone tree that is on its own, being swayed side to side by the wind. Issues of anger, depression, and crime involvement were mentioned. This study thus confirms that father absence is a crisis among Xhosa young men, which creates a void that is difficult to fill, causing cultural disorientation and negative emotional implications. For these young men, initiation is a double-edged sword, conferring improved status and masculine growth, but a devastating reminder of the absence of their fathers at this crucial time. Thank you.
Thank you again, Norma, for exploring the very sensitive area. And thank you, wait for the question. So the next presenter is Abera Biraj Jeba. This is from Ethiopia. So it's perinatal depression and nutrition among women in Butajira, Ethiopia. To you, Abera.
Hello everyone, I'm Aberra Birratu from Addis Ababa University. My topic of presentation is perinatal depression and nutrition among pregnant women in Butajra. My supervisors are Dr. Saifu Hagos, Professor Attala Allen, and Dr. Zulfa Abrahams. Depression is the most common type of mood disorder. An estimated 1 in 5 people develop depression that requires treatment. It is the leading cause of disease burden worldwide. Perinatal depression is defined as non-psychotic depressive episodes, which includes antenatal depression that occurs during pregnancy and postnatal depression that occurs in the first 1 year after delivery. Globally, the pooled prevalence of perinatal depression is 12%. In LAMIX, antenatal depression is 26% and postnatal depression is 19%. In Ethiopia, antenatal depression is 21%. Postnatal depression ranges from 5 to 28%. The commonly used tools includes Edinburgh Postnatal Depression Scale, PHQ-9, SRQ-20, and CSD. From this, Edinburgh postnatal depression has limited performance in rural setup. PHQ-9, however, well performing in both clinical and community setup. There are complex risk factors for depression, which includes biological, social, and psychological factors. Perinatal depression has a negative impact on both the woman and the fetus, baby, or their children. For the woman, it results in poor self-care, poor caregiving behavior, and it increases morbidity from other illnesses. For their children, it results in poor physical and cognitive development, malnutrition, and increase illness. There is a body of knowledge which shows complex relationships between diets, nutritional status, and mental disorders, particularly depression. However, in the low and middle income countries, there are few studies which investigates the relationship between perinatal depression and nutrition. Again, there is inconsistencies among findings of these studies about the relationship. The mechanism and the direction of the relationship is not well understood. On the other hand, there are a number of studies which investigated the relationship between depression and poor birth outcome. However, there are contradicting findings. In some of the developing area, there is a report of positive association. In some of the areas, there is a negative association or no association. These studies have also measurement error, and they also have missed important confounding factors such as nutritional factors. Therefore, this studies aims to investigate how interrelationship between perinatal depression and nutrition affects birth outcome. Summary of research question, study design, study population, mean exposure and outcome variable, and data analysis of each study. The research questions are: what is the association and direction of relationship between perinatal depression and food security? What is the association of perinatal depression and the quality of dietary intake? What is the association of perinatal depression and the micronutrient deficiency? What is the direct and the indirect effect of perinatal depression on birth outcome? We used a prospective cohort study design among pregnant women. Food insecurity, quality of dietary intake, micronutrient deficiency, and perinatal depression are the exposure variable for each objectives. Outcome variables includes perinatal depression and poor birth outcome. Structural equation modeling will be used for the first study, principal component analysis and logistic regression for the second study, logistic regression for the third study, and multiple regression and path analysis for the study.
Well, thank you very much, Abera. So our final presenter is Francis Nuvei, and the title of the presentation is Poor Mental Health Among Livestock-Dependent Populations in Ghana. Over to you, Francis.
Hello, everyone. I'm Francis Nuve, and I'm happy to share with you our research on the mental health of livestock-dependent populations in Ghana. So agriculture remains the main livelihood source for many people in Africa. However, the occurrence of droughts and conflicts present highly stressful situations for farmers, which could negatively affect their mental health. In Ghana, livestock production has been inadequate to meet the local demand. And factors contributing to this are the competition with other land users like crop farmers. Also, the negative effect of climate change, which has led to increased duration of drought periods, and also the increased occurrence of disease outbreaks, which lead to animal losses. These negative adverse events threaten the food security situation in the country. So the study sought to address the Sustainable Development Goals 1, 2, and 3, which aim to achieve low poverty levels, achieve zero hunger, and also improve the health of people. We also sought to address the research gap of the sources of livestock losses and mental health of farmers in Ghana. So we designed the project collaboratively with AMARI, particularly with identifying validated tools to assess the mental health of farmers. We sought to identify factors that positively or negatively influence farmers' mental health. To achieve this, we conducted a mixed method study in 2 districts in Ghana, one located in the northern belt and the other in the southern belt. For the quantitative approach, we interviewed 287 livestock farmers and assessed mental health using the depression, anxiety, and stress scale. The mean subscale scores for the 3 subscales of depression, stress, and anxiety was computed to derive the mental health scores. And we performed general linear models to identify factors that influence mental health. For the qualitative approach, we interviewed 24 key informants, including livestock community leaders and veterinary personnel, and we coded deductively the interview transcripts. Our results. So we found that 9 out of every 10 farmers lost livestock within a 1-year recall period. And the major sources of loss were cattle diseases, which accounted for about 91% of the farmers who lost the animals. Also, theft, pasture shortages, and conflict were other factors reported. The farmers reported a lack of support to help them deal with especially animal disease problems they suffer. So many of them resort to treating diseased animals on their own, and some also sell diseased animals to be able to recover their losses. We found that a majority of the farmers had poor mental health, and the loss factors that we assessed were associated with negative effect on the mental health with each additional loss suffered to them. Also, the number of adverse events a farmer experienced, the total proportion of head loss, as well as some physical ill health problems farmers reported, and emotional attachment to livestock were found to be negatively associated with mental health, whilst the head size of farmers tend to improve their mental health with each additional head. The losses suffered seriously affected mental health of farmers. As this farmer said, if they just die, you are finished. You enter a difficult situation. That is why if cattle farmer sees his animal die, he can be both very furious and depressed. Some people even threaten to commit suicide. So our take-home message is that the health of farmers, animals, and the environment are closely linked. And livestock farmers face multiple adverse events which lead to losses of livestock. The disease outbreaks are the major sources of livestock losses, and they negatively affect their productivity and also their mental health. The use of drugs and sale of disease may threaten the food safety and food security of the public. Therefore, there are strategies needed to address the veterinary service gap to mitigate losses to farmers, improve their production, and also improve their health. We look forward to future collaborations with AMARI, where we jointly implement interventions in livestock farming communities. We would like to acknowledge the support from our sponsors and our collaborators. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. So now over to Prof for chairing this session.
Yeah, thank you very much, Munya, for coordinating this presentation. It was very interesting and inspiring with the diversity of subjects that are embedded in the communities. And I enjoy a lot the fact that non-communicable diseases are now taking importance because people who live with those diseases have the problem for their life. And another aspect that has been mentioned, especially on diabetes, is how important is the social network when a person has this kind of problem. With NOMA, I like the subject on the absence of parents and especially fathers. And I was asking myself, what's about mothers sometimes? It's also something that needs to be brought in. And having interest in diet. And I think that ABERA has also provided problem and shortfalls around perinatal period where the diet, nutrition are very important. And lastly, with Francis, which is my PhD fellow, he brought in how livestock dependent populations suffer from the depression and anxiety. So what I will want here to show, to highlight is the question. I had some question directed to Michael. It was from Charlotte and then Ben. The first question was, how do you see screening for depression being scaled up from the project to practice? And can we apply that to other non-communicable diseases such as hypertension? So I will also call those who want to ask questions to put their question in the chat box or raise their hand for us to quickly move. So I will give the floor to Michael, and then we look for others.
Thank you so much for the question, Charlotte, and Ben, as well as our moderator. In terms of the first question, looking at scaling up of the PHQ-9, yes, it can be scaled to routine practice. In the study, we did a qualitative aspect where we asked the providers regarding the use of the tool. And some of the recommendations which came out included that one, there's need for capacity building for those who would use the PHQ-9, as well as the management afterwards. But what also came out clear was the use of the first two questions, the PHQ-2. They indicated that they would rather want some other people who support the clinics to do the first 2 questions, because those ones, they would come out clear as screening questions. If the first 2 PHQ questions, someone scores 0, then there's no need to proceed with the rest of the questions. So that would improve the screening, because it will also minimize the burden, so that the providers will just concentrate on those who have got a score of 1 and above on PHQ-2. Yes, I think in terms of the effectiveness, we also looked at the same in the project, but I think in the routine practice, I guess it's possible so to evaluate. Currently, we are trying to do the same. I got a grant with NCD Bright, and we're doing in some districts in the southern region to see if we can scale up what we started in the central region in terms of screening for depression using the PHQ-9. So this has started this month, so we'll see how it goes. And for Ben, he asked about whether this is transferable. Yes, this is transferable to other NCD or chronic conditions such as hypertension. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mikhail. I think most of the questions are around how to scale up and how do you take your research to intervention and embedded in the policy. We found that you have a huge number of papers. So I would like Noma Abera to tell us what next with their study.
Okay, all right. Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, all right. Thank you so much. Yes, in terms of interventions, because our findings are showing us that father absence, as much as it's directly affecting the child, but the father is also affected as well as the mother. So the interventions should not be one-sided, because that is when we would end up blaming one party or siding with the other party. So the major thing is promoting egalitarian parenting, whereby in the partnership of parenting, both parents are appreciated, especially on the government levels, whereby the fathers sometimes feel that the laws are not in favor of them as parents. They feel that when there is a parental discord, usually the mother is the one who is usually supported by the law. So the interventions are, but the most critical interventions, they need to attend to the child, because there are these implications that I mentioned, especially the emotional ones. However, in the long run, the interventions should look both at the father, the mother, and the child at the same time. And then one of the interventions that that will be done shortly is making sure that there is awareness that is being raised regarding father absence, because it's still a phenomenon that the community doesn't really understand, because especially in the Xhosa community, it's a topic that is shunned, that you don't have a father, but you have a lovely extended family, you have uncles. What is it that you could complain about? Whereas deep down inside, the child has that void that I have been rejected by someone who is an integral part of me, who is not here. And so we need to pay attention to that and not minimize the mental implications of feeling rejected.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Let us be short to give the time to others, because we have only a couple of minutes, 2 minutes more. I will give 1 minute to Abera and 1 minute to Andualem to tell us about the next step. Just 1 minute each.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Just to tell the status of our study, the data collection is completed. We are preparing the data for the analysis, and we are waiting the lab result. So this is what we are on.
Thank you very much. Good luck for your analysis. Adwalem?
Okay, thank you. Based on the qualitative result, and also we have done adaptation of questionnaire, and we started the follow-up data collection recently, and it will continue for the next few months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As for Francis, Francis is absent, so I'm going to answer to the question from Ben asking, what are other challenges do livestock farmers face in Ghana that may affect their mental health? We have identified two main aspects due to their mobility. There are climate change and access to social services mainly. And currently, Francis is implementing improved veterinary services in communities to see the impact of that on the health of the population. So I would like to thank you all for the high quality of the presentation, the scientific production, and your intention to scale up all those activities to communities and to policy. And thanks to my friend Munya for joining me to chair this session. So now I hand over to Puleng, and I may not finish without saying thanks again to AMARI and Dixon. Over.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Thank you to our honorable, really eloquent and great chairs. We really appreciate your time. And thank you to the fellows. Some of the research really spoke to my heart. The research in South Africa about the Xhosa culture. I live in South Africa, so that's very close to the heart. And in the background with the organizers, we're having conversations about some of the insights. Thank you so much for the sharing, and thank you for this platform. And we are on to the very last piece of our conference, this 2 days. And before this very last piece, I have a band for 5 minutes just to give you a break to stretch your legs a little bit and just get another cup of tea, and then come back and enjoy a most rich panel with 7 educators, professors, and doctors. And it's going to be moderated very shortly. And we immediately after that, we'll have an interactive, very interesting session. So please stay tuned. But for now, enjoy a 5-minute break and let this band sing for us. Sit back and enjoy this.
Atese mosima kwansa. One life baby do fe. Nkosini miri la jandela. Ali posite momin fe. Janabi dina udu susumaya. Netumalo dia yedumata. Hika tokini kini lela. Desanu konde wari kunko. Kalonte kunne kere doron ye jarabi. Jarabi banale di dunya. Nete se kato ye jarabi. Jarabi banale di dunya. Frate banamina jarabi. Jarabi banale di dunya. Nete se kato ye jarabi. Jarabi banale di dunya. Frate banamina bada.
Please join me. On your cameras and join us.
Ikele yere dinema. Sisane konistewa. Foko ye godi ye miye. Afanka kaboni fenbeye. Ni anene turun sinya gelen. Habiladi ya teglema.
Don't miss the opportunity to join us for the last minute of the band. There is nothing like African music. Nothing like African bands. Nothing like our local music and our local bands in our own language. I think it's just, we have a natural remedy to any mental disease with our music. It's really beautiful. And I thank you for those of you who joined me. I know behind the cameras, you were still dancing, even though we didn't see you. But thank you to Sarah, to Rose, to Joe, to those who joined me in the background to dance. Fantastic. Are you ready for the last piece? And if you don't unmute yourself and say, yes, we are ready, guess what? I'm not going to unlock the panel.
Yes.
Mama, I need you to unmute and say you are ready. And then Joe will meet you all quickly. Are you all ready for the panel? All right. I'll say yes in all languages. Fantastic. Joe, you're welcome to meet us all. Fantastic. Thank you so much. And we are going to welcome onto the stage our honorable chair for the panel. And I'm going to read the profile of our honorable chair, Professor Melanie Abbas. So in the background, we were navigating how to pronounce your surname, your last name, Professor Melanie. And I decided to do it the African way, Abbas. Say it as you see it. So Professor Melanie Abbas is a professor in global mental health at King's College in London, honorary consultant psychiatrist at the South London and Moseley NHS Trust, and deputy director at the Center of Global Mental Health at King's College London, and LSHTM. Her focus currently is on psychological therapies in global health contexts for depression and anxiety, and for improving non-adherence to HIV medication. Now on the floor, we would like to welcome our esteemed chair for the panel discussion. She also gets to introduce our 6 esteemed panelists. Over to you, Professor Melanie Abbas.
Good morning, Puleng. What an amazing conference. I can't tell you what a pleasure it's been. I've seen the word energizing. I've also been dancing in the background. And I was thinking one of the sadnesses about us not being together is that chance to dance together at the end of the conference. But thank you for really lifting our hearts and bringing us all together in the very special way you and Joe have done. So would you like me to, are you going to bring on our panelists, or is that something for me to do? Joe's nodding, great.
We are going to be spotlighting them shortly. If you would like me to read them out, I'm happy to do so. But
yeah, I'd be delighted actually if you would. I'm sure you'll do them justice.
Okay, fantastic. So on the bench today, the theme, not on the band. I called you a band, not a bad idea. On the panel today, we have a discussion around supporting early career mental health researchers in Africa to build sustained and independent research careers. And our panelists today, we have Professor Craig Land. So Joe, if you could please spotlight Professor Craig Land. And then we have our esteemed host and Professor Dixon Chibanda. And then we have Professor Ashraf Kagi. And we have Dr. Ethel Mpungu. And then we have Dr. Benedict Webong. And we have Ms. Primrose Nyamayaru. Thank you and welcome.
Fantastic, thank you, Puleng and Joe. So we're going to get right into it. So I have pre-warned the panel that I've got some questions for them. And I'm going to go first to Ethel. Ethel, it's wonderful to see you. And thank you for joining us. So we have seen, before we go on, would you like to just go around very briefly and just introduce yourselves? I'll just call your names out. So Ethel, would you like to go first? Thanks.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ethel Nachimuli Mpungu. I'm a psychiatrist and senior lecturer at the Department of Psychiatry, Makerere University. Happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me, Melanie.
Thanks. Dixon, would you like to go next? I think everyone knows you, but nice to hear you.
So I'm Dixon Chibanda. I'm a psychiatrist as well. I live and work in Zimbabwe, and I'm the director for AMARI.
Great. Ben, would you like to go next?
Hi, everyone. I'm Ben. I'm a global mental health epidemiologist, and I'm a senior lecturer at the School of Public Health, University of Ghana. Happy to be here.
Ashraf. Thanks, Ben. Ashraf.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ashraf Kaji. I'm professor of psychology at Stellenbosch University, and I'm also the co-director of the Alan Fleischer Center for Public Mental Health.
Great. Primrose, would you like to go next? Thanks, Ashraf.
Yes, hi, I'm Primrose Nyamayaru, and I'm a doctoral fellow on AMARI, and I'm also a current Atlantic Fellow for Equity in Brain Health based in Dublin.
Fantastic. Thanks, Primrose. And Crick, please go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Crick Land. I'm a clinical psychologist by training, and I'm based here in Cape Town, South Africa. I'm a professor of global mental health at King's College London, and also an honorary professor at the University of Cape Town. Thanks.
Great. So everyone on this panel is deeply steeped in the whole topic of career building. I've got some questions for you all, and I'm going to direct some of those questions to specific people on the panel, but I'm also going to give time then for others to contribute. So I was going to start with a question to Ethel. We have seen the talent of the AMARI Fellows over the last 2 days, and I was wondering, as a reflection, as you were listening to some of the presentations, what came to your mind in terms of ways for these fellows to take action to advance their own careers as researchers? Thanks, Ethel.
Thank you, Melanie. The presentations were extremely fantastic. I was very impressed with the fellows' research and the way they presented their work. For some of them, I had a chance of listening to their protocols in Addis Ababa. I don't know, maybe that was 2019. And it was really exciting to see this research come through, that now they are presenting their results. And I'm thinking, wow, AMARI has been a good father and mother. Yeah, but as you all know, we all have to leave our father and mother's home at one time. So of course, it's important to think about how we support the fellows to stand on their own. Yes. Yeah, so I of course, everything revolves around funding, and of course the research has been done, and it's, you know, it is a known fact, it's documented that researchers from low and middle income countries have difficulty in obtaining funds. We know that for a fact, but we have to find ways of circumventing that. Supporting our fellows to circumvent that challenge and be able to access funding. Yeah, so for me, my thoughts are really to get them be more visible to the community, to the lay audience. They should be able to present their work to the lay audience in a layman's language as well, you know, not just talking to fellow researchers. You know, publications are good, and that's what they're supposed to do for the PhD. But, you know, we still have to take a step further and publish our work in, you know, in other forum, you know, where lay people are going to find this work, you know, and be able to read it. You know, the people leading organizations, the philanthropists, I don't think they read scientific journals that much, but they're the ones that need to hear this work because they have the money that the researchers can tap into. So I think AMARI can go a step further and support the fellows to be more visible, you know, be more visible to the funders. There's a whole range out there. It's not only Wellcome. There's a whole range out there, and, you know, we should support them to be more visible, you know, that so that they can access this funding that can make them independent researchers. Thank you.
What a really thought-provoking answer, actually. Would anyone like to comment, from anyone from the panel? Feel free to just unmute and comment on what Ethel has said, or disagree, or take anything a step further. Yes, please just unmute. Please feel free just to jump in.
Yeah, thanks, Melanie, and thanks, Ethel. I mean, I think what's very exciting about AMARI is that hopefully it's creating a platform for a new generation of researchers to get plugged into networks of research collaboration across the continent. And I'm really hoping that, you know, many of the fellows who've been part of AMARI will also take up the opportunities to network and to build partnerships to continue this research that they've started. And For me, partnerships and working in teams, working in collaborations is absolutely foundational to all of this research. It's not about any one individual on their own. It's all about working together. And I think, Dixon and his leadership style and the way in which the whole AMARI collaboration has developed has really demonstrated that. And I really hope that the fellows could take that and use it as a way of working to build networks, even if they move beyond the AMARI family, to continue to plug into these now growing research networks in mental health on the continent. So I think it's a very exciting time, actually. Yeah, thanks, man.
Thanks, Greg. I think that's also brilliant because I'm literally taking notes because I think, as you say, this is a critical time. We have a chance to help support these early career researchers to take that next step, to break away, as Ethel said, from the family. And the ACES course and bringing in Eka Ikpe, who some of you would have seen yesterday from the African Leadership Centre, I think there is a chance to have all these topics: communication, visibility, partnership, team building. These are all really important skills. Anybody would like to comment on this before we move on? Ethel, looks like you have something more.
Yeah, I just want to say that, yes, the way to go is to partner, but it's not only with academic institutions. Those are not the only partnerships they need. They also need to partner with organizations in their country, who are advancing these issues that they are researching on. It's very important to make those local, to form those local partnerships, because then you need them to get the word out about what you're doing. And then, of course, what you're doing needs to be relevant to these organizations, because they are in the community. They're the ones in the community. They have a, community connections, and that's what our researchers need. It's very common to find researchers isolated and not in touch with what's taking place on the ground. But really, if you're going to stand on your own 2 feet, if you're going to stand on your own, you're going to need to know your community very well, to make those partnerships with the local government, the local district officials, the NGOs, in those villages. Those partnerships too are important, so that you can connect with the community. The effect of, there's so much wonderful research presented on interventions, but it is in the pathway of intervention to effect, in assessing effect of interventions. These partnerships with the local community also have a role to play on how effective these interventions are going to be. So if you don't connect at that level, it may, in a way, hinder your work. So our fellows have to be aware of that. It's not only partnerships with the big institutions, but also the local, partnering with the local organizations, the local government is very important to advance this research so that it takes root, it is embraced by the stakeholders and all that. So that's what I wanted to emphasize.
It's brilliant, it's brilliant. Okay, no, thank you so much, Ethel. Now I'm going to put Dixon and Ben on the spot now as 2 very successful researchers. So Dixon, if you wouldn't mind going first, what do you think has helped support your own research career progress to the stage it is at now?
Thanks, Melanie. I think it's largely been the support that I've had from people over the years. I think when you have people who are in a position of power and they use that power, the best thing they can do is to create opportunities for you. So I have been fortunate to interact with people who have been in influential positions, who have given me that opportunity to grow. You know, yourself, Crick, you know, Francis Cowan, you know, the list is endless. I've really been very lucky. And what I would like to do is try and achieve that as well, create opportunities for those who are growing.
Thanks, Dixon. I mean, I think that it's very generous of you to acknowledge other people. I think, what is it about you that you think has allowed that to happen, though? Because this could be a critical insight for the fellows, because that's you.
Sure.
You have, yeah. So what would you say about that? Thanks.
So I think, and I always say this to my fellows and people I work with, you have to tell your story. No one can tell your story better than you. Stay in your lane, be focused, and above all, be passionate. Do the things that you're passionate about, because the success or the acknowledgement does not come immediately. But if you're doing something that you're passionate about, it really doesn't matter if that acknowledgement comes later. But primarily, tell your story. A lot of us don't tell our stories. A lot of us focus on just publishing in peer-reviewed journals. You have to tell your story, particularly if you are from the global South. It's really important.
Thanks, Dixon. And I think there's something in there about persistence, you know, not expecting, as you said, tell your story, take your time, you know, stick with what. So it's also sounds like really sticking to something that you believe in and keep plowing on.
Yeah, that's right. That's right, Melanie. And it touches on what Ethel was talking about, you know, seeking funds outside of traditional funders. For you to be able to do that, you have to have a very clear vision, mission, and values that you use to underpin your strategy to fundraise. And just to add on to what Ethel said, there's a lot of money out there which comes from your non-traditional funders. Friendship Bench at the moment, most of our funding, 90% of our funding comes from such non-traditional funders. And there are tons of them. If you look at the philanthropy world just in the US, you're talking of trillions of dollars. We need to learn how to tap into those resources. And to do that, you need to be able to articulate your story consistently. So it's all about vision, mission, values, and telling your story.
Thank you very much, Dixon. Ben, would you like to say a little bit about what you think has helped support your research career to this stage? Thank you.
Thank you, Melanie, and thank you, Dixon, and very much. I'm privileged for you to be sharing this platform with very accomplished senior colleagues like this, and with Dixon. I'm nowhere close to Dixon. But it's interesting that you still thought that it would be useful for me to share my views. I'm actually, Dixon is very inspiring, and I'm looking forward to learning a lot from him. I would say from my very little way of how I got to this stage is that from the outset, I was very clear in my mind what I want to do. I think that clarity, it's very important. So, you know, when I finished my undergrad, where I did my BSc psychology, I immediately knew that I wanted to do something in the behavioral sciences, and then I got the opportunity to work with someone who started me on that. So having a clear goal and what I wanted to do was very useful. And then when I then finished my doctorate, it was clear to me that I needed to get on the field and start getting my hands really dirty, you know. So I've done all the theory and learned everything about epidemiology of perinatal depression, but I wanted to know a bit more about how really global mental health is. It works, and I was very clear in my mind. Before I left, I'll be talking about mentors and the role of mentors in my career. But before I left, I told Betty Kirkwood very clearly, who was my primary supervisor, that I want to work with Vikram Patel. I want to have the opportunity to study. So I was very clear, and I think she listened very carefully. And when the opportunity was presented, she immediately made the arrangements and got me to apply to be able to go and work with Vikram. So having that clarity is really very, very important. That segues nicely into the role of mentors. Mentors have like, you know, we talk about it and sometimes it doesn't appear, it appears a bit abstract, but it is a very important bit of piece of how one progresses. And I think, like Dixon said, really having the support. I think it's really that, having the support and people trusting and believing in you. I was given platforms very early in my career to rub shoulders and present at conferences with very serious. I was really very young and I did not very inexperienced. But I think those platforms really kind of strengthened me. They gave me more confidence to be able to take this role. And so mentors were very, very important. Victor Doku, I mentioned Betty and Vikram, and you, Melanie, yourself. It's interesting, Dixon mentioned telling your story. And then I realized that it doesn't, Melanie tells my story much better than I do myself, which is very interesting, which is interesting because I think that's one of the weaknesses probably most of us have. And so maybe the support that mentors can give us, especially those who are also very early in their career, is to help them tell their story and package their story very well. And that then positions them strategically to be able to take off. So that's one other way. The other thing that also helped me was actually, and I think very close to what Dixon said, is the role of colleagues in this whole thing. So bouncing off ideas with your colleagues, your friends, and just be open to suggestions and criticisms. And it's interesting, when I got when I had my master's fellowship from the Wellcome Trust to do psychiatric research methods, which then evolved into global mental health, the current course and the program in the London School and KCL. I was thinking, when I got the scholarship, I was thinking, well, do epidemiology, like hardcore epidemiology. And then a friend, very, very close friend, childhood friend, has no idea about mental health and other, these other disciplines. He was like, well, you started off this way, you're working with Victor Doku, you're already getting interested in this area. Why do you want to get into? So very much like what Dixon said, stay in your lane. Why do you want to go into some places that appear already crowded? Why don't you look for something, create a niche? And that really stuck with me. I think till later, I always tell him that he did good. we have our disagreements, but he did really well by that piece of advice. And so that helped me think through. So don't discount the role of colleagues and friends and getting this. And finally, I think what has helped me, and someone told me this, it was a psychiatrist who told me this. I didn't know about that about myself, but a friend psychiatrist told me, you have good emotional intelligence. And I was like, I didn't know what that was. And then I looked it up. And then I realized that, well, I can see that bit of it. I think it's really being able to manage and how you relate with people and showing clear difference to seniors, being open to learn from them, how to navigate difficult situations and remain calm. You may be given, as early career people, you may be given tasks from your supervisors or mentors outside probably what you do. Don't see that as someone wanting to get something out from you. Rather see it as you learning. Never at any point think that you always think that you're doing this for yourself. And it's important when you have that attitude, knowing that you're actually doing this for yourself. Don't think about, it's going to take you off maybe your time for your PhD write-up or some writing a grant for something, but look at the skills and the opportunities. Most time mentors would do that because they want to probably get you into an opportunity to learn something new. And so be open to those kind of things. So I think those are the things that really helped me.
That's really great, Ren. That's really great. And I can see the comments coming through that people are appreciating that. So as you said, it's, maybe tough for some of the fellows to look at someone like Dixon and someone like yourself, but maybe having Primrose here is great because Primrose, you're a little bit closer to some of the other fellows. So could you tell us what you think has helped your own research career progress to the stage it is now? Thanks.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Melanie. I think we cannot overemphasize the importance of good mentors, like Dixon has mentioned. I think I have been really fortunate to have really supportive mentors, people who believe in my abilities, who want to see me grow, and who, also push me to do things I wouldn't ordinarily do. So I think that's really key, and it's really one of the aspects that has got me to where I am now. And I think also being involved in AMARI, and I'd also want to highlight the Academic Competencies Enhancement Series, ACEs, that you mentioned. I think that for me has been the highlight of my AMARI journey, because it has given me skills that are beyond just, academic writing or academic publications or whatever, but really soft skills that touch on a lot of different things that you wouldn't get in any other programs. So specifically, the sessions we had, for example, on work-life balance, because I think at times as early career researchers, we see, a lot of the professors and, all this wonderful work that you do, and you forget that they're human. But, just giving that element of teaching early career researchers on, the importance of relaxing and taking deliberate choices to take time out, I think has been really important. And also, I think I would say my experience being involved in different mental health research studies in Zimbabwe. I think for the past 5 years, I've worked on a number of different studies, and those have really taught me a lot, and not just, the theory about research, but, the day-to-day running of research studies, the management of the management of, the research, etc. So I think those opportunities and those three things have really been key in getting me to where I am now.
Thanks, Primrose. So you've brought out that extra component, which actually I think Ben also talked about, getting your hands dirty, really getting into the field and getting a sense of collecting the data and all the ins and outs of research, the mechanism. Thank you so much. Now I'm really looking forward to hearing from Ashraf and Crick, who I think are really known internationally for their roles in nurturing so many early career researchers from African countries. So Ashraf, perhaps I can turn first to you. What do you think are the most important ways to support early career mental health researchers in Africa to be able to build sustained research careers? Thank you.
This is a wonderful discussion, and I'm really enjoying listening to all the colleagues talk about their thoughts and ideas. We have the Alan Fleischer Center for Public Mental Health in South Africa that is run by UCT, University of Cape Town, and Stellenbosch University, and we offer the Masters in Philosophy in Public Mental Health. We have a doctoral program, we have postdoctoral opportunities. So those are the formal structures that people would need to go through, for example, if they were to come to our center, and we stand ready to nurture and mentor and teach and contribute to capacity building in research on the continent in various countries. A lot of the thoughts that I had have already been mentioned, but maybe I can add a couple of things. This idea of mentorship, I think it's so important, and it is part of the academic citizenship of senior researchers to build capacity for the new generation of researchers. So senior researchers, I would like to say, have a responsibility given where they are in their careers and in their fields to contribute to the nurturing and development of junior researchers. Then what has been mentioned also is being part of large teams, and this is really quite a very useful thing for junior researchers. And there's a lot of work to be done. For example, in a randomized control trial, it's a labor-intensive process. So doing project management work, doing the grunt work of transcribing interviews, doing data entry, doing analysis under supervision and oversight by senior researchers, I think can be very beneficial to junior people. We have various early career research grants for junior researchers, and I think this is an important aspect. I'm very curious and keen to learn from Dixon more about the opportunities in philanthropy for our early career researchers to access this kind of funding. The other matter I want to mention is academic writing skills. And academic writing skills, I think, is a crucial set of skills for a researcher, for a scholar. And not only editing, not only getting help with editing, but learning how to construct an argument, how to cite evidence. And many universities have writing centers where they assist early career researchers in academic writing skills. I think a disciplined approach to writing, for example, to write every day, even if it's just a half a page. I encourage my students to do this. And even if what you're writing is not usable, it can always be edited and rewritten and massaged into shape at another time. But to have the text on the page or on the screen, this is one of the things that I certainly find useful, and I try to encourage my students to do as well. Even announcing to people what you're writing so that they can ask you about it the next time they see you. What I think is quite useful, not only for early career researchers, but for senior researchers also, are journal clubs. And journal clubs are helpful in helping researchers to hone their methodological skills. Encouraging scholars and researchers to do a close read of existing research and interrogate the method, the data, the evidence, and to examine claims that authors make in published research articles in the context of the data that they offer. There's this idea of post-publication review, which I think is a good thing. A lot of researchers, and sometimes many of us, certainly myself, we skip over the method section. We read the introduction and then we go to the conclusions. Well, the method section is really important to get into and to analyze and to understand. Another matter that...
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. I want to just bring in Crick if I can.
Yes.
If I can.
Okay, I'll stop and then give Crick a chance, and then I'll carry on again later.
That's brilliant. So, Crick, the same question to you, if you can remember the question. Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, I think Ashraf has said quite a few of the things that I would have said, actually. I mean, I can just give some concrete examples. I mean, for me, the whole research enterprise really needs to include a capacity building component and opportunities for early career researchers. And we've tried to do that through various studies over the years. So the PRIME collaboration, for example, this is a DFID-funded research consortium. Many of the people who were employed as junior researchers also had opportunities to enroll in masters and PhDs related to their work. And so PRIME managed to generate around 20 PhDs, which was just a fantastic outcome. It meant that, not only were people getting their PhDs, they were getting the experience of working in a collaboration, they were getting access to data, or they could add particular pieces of data to the data that was already being collected. And then there was a lot of peer review and reflection built into the whole research process, which taught them a whole lot in the whole process. So PRIME was one example. The AFFIRM collaboration, which was an NIMH-funded research collaborative hub, Also provided funding. It sort of kick-started our MPhil program in the Alan Fisher Center for Public Mental Health, and has really been a stepping stone to then AMARI. So including in these research collaborations, opportunities for people to enroll in PhDs and masters, I think is a really good way to go. The other, we've mentioned quite a bit about building networks of support. I think it's very useful not only to have mentoring relationships, but also peer relationships. And that's been the great thing about AMARI, as people getting to talk to each other. They can gossip about their supervisors without their supervisors having to disagree or object. They can, get support from each other, which you really need, because a PhD can be a lonely process. So, all of those things are really important. And then finally, in creating these opportunities, really listening to early career researchers' needs and their passion, their vision, what is it that they want to achieve, I think is so important. These capacity building initiatives are not going to work unless people are personally invested. And as Dixon said, telling their story through their work. So those are just some additional thoughts from me, Melanie. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Crick and Ashraf, for those sharing those. We've got the time has just flown. I was hoping there would be a bit more chance for interaction between you all, getting you all together, but we've got some questions here. One from Richard Harding. What do you look for in a researcher when you're recruiting to a new grant? What skills are you looking for? What makes your shortlist? Perhaps Crick and Ethel, or anyone who feels, stick your hand up. What? Because we're thinking about careers for researchers, so let's give them some tips in what you're looking for. Ethel, did you want to go first? No, Crick, go for it. You're first. Yeah, go for it.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's tricky. It depends a lot on the study. Often we're looking for somebody who has a particular skill to work in a particular area, say to do systematic reviews or to do qualitative research or biostatistics. It depends on that. Often having a track record of a publication, if someone has been able to publish even one paper from their master's, that's a sign of an interest and an aptitude. Looking at people's commitment and passion about the area, this is not just something that people want to do on the side. This is something that they're committed to in the long term. That's another one. Yeah, so those are some initial ideas.
Thank you. Ethel, do you have any tip, what you're looking for when you're hiring?
Yeah, in addition to what Crick has said, I would establish the intention of this young researcher. What is their intention? Some people join research programs just to get the money when they don't intend to become researchers, just for the opportunity, because there's an opportunity there. I would not want, for someone to, join my research program, just for the money. So I would look at their intention. Do they intend, to actually be a researcher? Also their passion, are they passionate about research? Can they make the commitment? Can they make the sacrifice? Because research is really a calling. We do sacrifice a lot, to produce the research that we do. And I would like to assess if someone can make that commitment and sacrifice, as well as people skills, community skills, having the ability to interact with the community is important for me.
Thank you. I think we've literally got about 2 minutes. I think we should, and Joe, are you saying we've still got 5 minutes or
6 minutes.
6 minutes left?
For Q&A.
That's amazing. So feel free to send your questions, but I'm just going through them now. So a lot of comments thanking Ben for his ideas. I was interested in this question. We're going to throw this one at Dixon. What are the plans for AMARI 2 to engage young researchers with senior researchers? Dixon, do you mind going for that one?
Yeah, so as you know, AMARI 2 those of you who have inside information, it's going to be a lot more ambitious, bigger than AMARI 1. And there's a great echo there.
Thanks for muting everybody.
Hello?
Go ahead, Dixon.
Yeah,
thanks.
so I was saying AMARI 2 is going to be much bigger than AMARI 1. We are looking at over 90 fellows, and we are creating these 3 hubs, East, West, Southern Africa hubs. And one of the key features of AMARI 2 is really going to be our efforts at linking young researchers with existing research programs as a way of building their capacity. Now, if you recall in AMARI 1, our fellows were free to do what they wanted to do, which worked, but in some cases didn't work very well. But now we want you to be in established research programs, pockets of excellence which exist on the continent, so that you get, the best mentorship from those who've been in the game for a while. So that's one way of bringing in young people that we will be doing within AMARI. I'll share a little bit of that in my closing remarks.
That's brilliant. And I think echoing points made by Primrose and Ashraf, Lisa saying getting involved in studies large and small. So really showing that keenness, because the number of things you can then accumulate on your CV that you've actually done. I think it would be only right to let Primrose have the floor and to really guide us from what you've heard, Primrose. What are you hoping for, or perhaps on behalf of you and on behalf of the other fellows, what are you hoping for over the next 2 or 3 years from AMARI to really put your career on a sustainable path?
All right, thank you. I think like what was mentioned earlier, one of the big hindrances to probably advancing as a young researcher is funding. So I think what would want from AMARI is, for the next 2 years, is to help us with applying for grants that can help us be independent researchers, so that, if there's no AMARI 3, at least, we move forward as a critical mass of, African researchers that can do research independently and also mentor other people. So I think in the plans for AMARI 2, from what Dixon said, I think maybe it's something that's possible. And yeah, so I think that mentorship to be able to independently write grants and get the grants, I think would be key.
Thank you so much to all of my friends and colleagues who generously joined this panel and have been so honest and open. So thank you all very much indeed. And back over to you, Puleng and Joe.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abbas, but a beautiful panel. Thank you so much for your insights. Thank you so much. You can see on the chat the level of appreciation. On my own, I was just sitting back and thinking, I probably would have stayed even longer in academia if I had support like everybody else, all the fellows who are on the call and who are receiving this level of support from, and stories from other people. So thank you very much. Dixon, I'm going to invite you to switch on your camera again and deliver some closing remarks as we get closer to the end of the conference. We're not yet there because we still have some delightful activities to do. And then we're going to hear some closing remarks from Dixon Shibanda. Over to you. You are muted.
Here we are. Thank you. Firstly, I just want to start off by thanking you all for attending this annual scientific meeting, virtually, and for taking time out. I know you are hectically busy. Secondly, I want to thank the organizing team, both you, Puleng, and Joe. And I discovered that, he's from the Czech Republic where I did my undergraduate. So we had an exchange in Czech. Doufám, že někdy se stretneme a budeme mať spolu pivo v Bratislavě či v Prahe. It's been amazing. And, the whole team, I really want to thank you. And as earlier highlighted by Rose, the fellows did a lot of the work. Melanie and myself, we kind of sat in the background, particularly me, I must be honest. And you guys did all the work. And it's just been wonderful watching this whole event unfold the past 2 days. So in conclusion, I really would like to share an overview of what AMARI 2 will be focusing on, because I've had quite a number of questions, after Dr. Alfonso Sneba talked about AMARI 2 yesterday, Deltas 2. Firstly, I just want to formally welcome, our new sort of collaborating partners for the next phase of our AMARI journey. So I'm really excited to continue the relationship that we started in AMARI 1 with our Deltas colleagues from Cote d'Ivoire, headed by Professor Bassirou Banfou from Afrique One Aspire. So I'm really looking forward to expanding that partnership through our West Africa hub, which will be led by Ben Weibong, which will also bring on board Nigeria and Sierra Leone. Both Nigeria and Sierra Leone will come into AMARI 2 through a DFID-funded program, Succeed, which is headed by Professor Tom Shakespeare from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. The East Africa hub will be led by Professor Atale Alem from the University of Addis Ababa, and they will provide support to fellows who will also be coming from the University of Somaliland. So Somaliland is coming in to get support through Addis Ababa. The Southern Africa hub will consist of the usual team members, but in addition to Malawi and South Africa through the University of Cape Town and Zimbabwe, we are also going to have the University of Zambia, which will be led by Paul Ravi, who you probably have all met through the ASM. So our UK partners, last but not least, who always play a critical role in helping with the supervision and mentorship and teaching, will be London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and KCL. I'm really sorry about the background noise. My neighbors are making a lot of noise and I can't move. We really do hope that the next couple of years will produce and strengthen this generation of researchers that will take AMARI to the next level. And coming on to one of Primrose's question about ensuring that the fellows are supported for AMARI 3, whatever it's going to be, one of the objectives of AMARI 2 is to actually raise $5 million to sort of sustain AMARI 2 in the event that we do not get funding for AMARI 3. I just want to end by touching on the 5 key research questions that we are going to be addressing within AMARI 2. Firstly, and this is what we submitted to the African Academy of Sciences. This is what we are being funded to do. The first question, and this is all sort of building on to what we've already done in AMARI 1. Firstly, what is the acceptability, feasibility, and effectiveness of culturally appropriate interventions for mental disorders in African countries? And we will be looking at some of the core principles of complex interventions. We intend to nest fellows in existing research programs across Africa. So the idea really is to to identify these pockets of excellence across Africa where research is being carried out in mental health and embed fellows in those pockets of excellence to really create impact for the continent. Secondly, we want to understand better about tools. What is the validity and reliability of instruments for assessing mental health needs and outcomes in African countries? And thirdly, what are the social determinants of mental health in African countries? You've heard a lot being discussed about social determinants, but we also know that it's not just social determinants, especially through the work that we've been doing with Afrique1 in Cote d'Ivoire and Ghana. So we really need to broaden all of that. And I'm really excited about the opportunity to look into that broader, particularly with our colleagues from Cote d'Ivoire. And fourthly, we can't run away from COVID. What are the effects of COVID-19 on mental health in Africa? And lastly, what support do early careers mental health researchers from Africa need to build sustained independent research careers? Our goal here is to really create a pool of this research grant, which will support early career fellows. But having said that, we are also going to be working closely with the Africa Leadership Center, which is linked strongly to KCL. And I'm really excited about that because it will really create an opportunity as a continuation almost from the ACES program to continue building that leadership capacity within our fellows and the entire team. So in a nutshell, this is what we're expecting for AMARI 2. It's very brief, and anyone needing to look at the details, we will be happy to share those details now that it's been made kind of public. So I'll stop there for now. And once again, thank you all for this annual scientific meeting, which really was exciting. I enjoyed every bit of it. Thank you. Over to you, Puleng.
Thank you so much, Professor Dixon Shibanda. Ladies and gentlemen, he has enabled and afforded us this opportunity to come together and gather around this serious issue. I like what he says, that especially with COVID, it has really accentuated the issue at hand that we are discussing. Now, as we come to an end, I'm going to invite everybody to please have their cameras on and switch to gallery view so that we can see each other and do one last activity for the day just to get us together and appreciate this moment. Money was spent, time was spent, and a lot of conversations happened behind the scene. As we speak, we have a whole organizing committee who has been connected full force, full time to create an experience for you. So there is a lot to say thank you for. And we do believe also that gratitude plays a very big role, even in our mental health, right? So when you are grateful, when you express gratitude, your brain releases endorphins, which is quite good for your body. So I'm going to give you all an opportunity to share gratitude within this very short time that we have. And from here, we'll have a last surprise with the networking launch. So before we do that, if we could stretch our hands wide like that, everybody. And I expect to see very nice screenshots, Joe, in the background, if you could take some screenshots. Are they wide like that? And then put your left hand over your right shoulder. And then your right hand over your left shoulder. Joe, I was just asking for the screenshot not to share screen. I don't know who's sharing screen. Thank you so much. And then hug yourself really tight. Hug yourself. Okay, you did it pretentiously. Now this time I'm going to ask you to feel the warmth of your palms and feel that warmth, hugging yourself, loving yourself. Say thank you to yourself. Say thank you, body, for carrying me for 2 days, to be here, to be present. Thank you, brain. Thank you, heart. Thank you, my voice. Thank you, my throat. Thank you, my heart. Thank you, every part of me. Thank you, internet. Thank you, my computer has sustained this. Thank you so much. Thank yourself. And then hug yourself really tight and say, I love you. Love yourself. I love yourself. Yeah. Great. Now, another big hug like that. Spread it out and now hug everybody else in the call. Do you feel the hug from everybody else? Do you feel it? Fantastic. What a wonderful community. Thank you very much for your attention, for your engagement, for sharing, for your insights, your research, and your wisdom. Now, I would like to invite you, second last thing is to put on the chat, and thank you very much, this Basiru, because you've already modeled exactly that, and Sarah. Please put your gratitude on the chat and be very clear and specific. What exactly are you thanking the organizing committee and AMARI for this particular 2 days? What were your key insights? What were your key takeaways? Please give them some thank you messages on the chat. We promise you that as you send those thank you messages, we are going to be creating something delightful that you will receive via email. So please spend a few minutes, and as you do, I am going to play you quite some lovely music. I'm going to play you lovely music for 2 minutes. Please share your thank yous on the chat. Thank yous on the chat. Don't leave the call yet because we do have a surprise. Just a moment to share your thank yous.
So, this song is about love, I mentioned.
Remember to share your big insight.
Jarabi, I would like very much if you could join us on this song. We yo Jarabi. We yo Jarabi. We yo Jarabi. We yo Jarabi. For those that can do two things at the same time, to clap and sing. Yeah, or half.
Okay, after you pop in your thank you in the chat, you can join me in the chat. We cannot end such a delightful conference without delight. Please join in the clap for 30 seconds before.
Thank you so much.
Beautiful, 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 beautiful. Now, Joe, I believe that you have a surprise for us. And I'm going to invite you to unwrap the gift for the next couple of minutes that you're inviting us to.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I mean, while the official program is over, doesn't necessarily need to mean that the day is over. So we all have been to our lounge before, and I think it would be quite nice perhaps to return there and see what new things we might be able to find there. Let's see. I'll share my screen, and as you all remember, we have seen spatial chat. So this lounge is going to be available and open to everyone for the rest of the day today, so that we can come meet each other, spend some more time. So I'd really encourage everyone to use this opportunity and pop in a few times in the afternoon, or maybe even organize a closing party. And let's just take a look. What do we have there? We're already familiar with this space, but in appreciation of the highlights and the excellent projects that are happening here, we've added a little bit here. Now we can come and hang out at the friendship bench. And as we have learned about the popularity of, looks like some things are missing. Okay, never mind. I think we will be able to add a couple more things later still. In any case, the lounge is open for everybody and you have the link. So please welcome after the event, and we will then be able to see each other there and close the session together and build further relationships. Thank you so much.
So if you could pop the link into the chat. I was trying to do exactly that. If you could just pop the link into the chat, please. And remember, once you have the link in the chat, you go in there, you put your name, and then if you want to have a conversation with somebody in some corner, go and have a conversation with somebody in some corner, yeah? And have a group of people conversating. So look at your chat, that's the link, and go and enjoy the launch, because that's where we get to interact. By the way, yesterday, I stuck around for about 20-30 minutes in the launch, and we had 12 people who enjoyed amazing conversations. I was able to eavesdrop on some of it and even took a little video. So you can enjoy it thoroughly. For as long as you want. For the rest of the day, we'll keep it active. Now, this is also a great opportunity for those senior academics to meet the fellows and to have one-to-one conversations. So please, if you're a senior academic, this is an opportunity to engage one-to-one and impart your skills. With that, Joe and myself would like to say thank you from the bottom of our hearts for this opportunity to host you, to work with you to deliver this conference. It has been such a delight. We want to thank Biggie. In the background somewhere, there is a gentleman called Biggie who has been so trusting, so present, working so hard to make sure that we get to where we are. And we want to say thank you, Biggie, behind the scenes. And the organizing committee consisted of Rosemary and Sarah and Lydia, who have been meeting daily to make this a reality. With deep appreciation from us for your engagement, for your commitment to an issue that we think we fully support and it's very close to the heart. I would like to just say, God bless you all, and we thank you, and stay safe, and we hope we'll meet you again in person. Be blessed. Thank you.
Be blessed. Thank you so much.
Okay, this next song is entitled Mama Muso.
Remember to jump over into the spatial chat and have some fun. I see 6 people on the other side. So please, we are going to close this call, go into the chat, and let's meet over there. I think people are sticking around for this music. I'll share the link. Let's go to the other side.
Don't forget to mute yourself, Pulang, in the spatial chat so that you can keep sharing. Remember, you can now join the spatial chat and leave this call. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. So see you later.